Strategy may set the direction, but HR fuels the transformation. On that note, good morning to one and all present here. On behalf of Lal Bahadur Shastri Institute of Management, Delhi, I, Arushi Sahani,
and I, Hriday Tuteja,
PGDM first year students, are thrilled to extend a warm welcome to each of you at this year's National HR Conference. We are honored to be in the company of visionary leaders and industry experts to have insightful conversations and explore the evolving landscape of human resources. HR has always been strategic, but today its role is transforming rapidly. From driving culture and innovation to enabling agility and growth, the role of HR is no longer limited to administration. It is a true catalyst for workplace excellence.
by championing diversity and inclusion, embedding values of collaboration and integrity, and aligning employee aspirations with organizational goals, HR professionals shape high-performance cultures. When people feel engaged, valued, and inspired, they don't just work, they excel. And when employees excel, businesses flourish. With this backdrop, the theme of today's conference is leveraging strategic role of HR in driving workplace excellence. It reflects how companies today are leveraging HR's strategic transformation, not just to manage talent, but to drive innovation, strengthen culture, and stay competitive in a fast-changing world. We will explore how HR professionals drive workplace excellence by fostering innovation, embedding a culture of performance, and creating people-centric policies that lead to sustainable success.
Before we move forward to formal proceedings of the conference, we request everyone to rise for the LBSIM anthem. Thank you. Please be seated. At LBSIM, we proudly carry forward the legacy of late Shri Lal Bahadur Shastri Ji, the second Prime Minister of India. His values of integrity, humility, and service to the nation continue to inspire us in our academic and professional endeavors.
It is a privilege to present a brief film on the life and leadership of late Shri Lal Bahadur Shastri Ji, a man whose simplicity and honesty resonated with millions, and through his leadership, Shastri Ji was able to build trust and connected deeply with the common man. His example continues to guide our institution as we navigate the complexities of today's world.
सत्ताईस मई 1964 पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू का निधन हो गया। देश गहरे विषाद में डूब गया। सभी के मन में एक ही सवाल था, कौन बनेंगे नए प्रधानमंत्री, कौन करेंगे इस महान सभ्यता का नेतृत्व।
आफ्टर नेहरू नेहरू के बाद कौन होगा, तो ये उनको इस बात का एहसास था। जब मुझसे पूछा गया कि इस कमी को दूर कैसे करेंगे, तो उन्होंने कहा कि पंडित जी ने अपने व्यक्तित्व की वजह से, टावरिंग पर्सनैलिटी की वजह से उन्होंने इस पद को शक्ति प्रदान की और मैं प्रयास करूंगा इस पद से शक्ति प्राप्त करने की, जिससे कि मैं देश की सेवा कर सकूं।
2 अक्टूबर 1904 के दिन काशी के पास मुगल सराय में जन्मे लाल बहादुर का पूरा व्यक्तित्व ही गांधीवाद का जीता जागता स्वरूप था।
उनकी सादगी, पहली बात तो धोती पहनते थे, ये आम आदमी को उससे बड़ा भरोसा हो जाता था कि हमारे जैसे है।
पिता की छत्र छाया बचपन में ही छिन गई थी। विधवा मां के साथ ननिहाल चले गए, वहीं पर परवरिश हुई। 1921 में जब स्वतंत्रता आंदोलन में कूद पड़े तो निष्ठा और दृढ़ता के प्रमाण मिलते चले गए। 17 वर्ष की आयु से स्वाधीनता तक लगभग 9 साल जेल में काटे। रहीमन हीरा कब कहे लाख टका मेरो मोल। पार्टी कार्य में उनकी निष्ठा से प्रभावित होकर नेहरू ने लाल बहादुर शास्त्री को रेल मंत्री नियुक्त किया, परंतु 1953 में घटी एक रेल दुर्घटना की नैतिक जिम्मेदारी लेते हुए शास्त्री जी ने मंत्रालय से इस्तीफा दे दिया।
उन्होंने वो इस्तीफा देकर राजनीति में नए मूल्यों की स्थापना की।
नेहरू जी के मंत्रिमंडल में कई विशिष्ट पदों पर अपनी छाप छोड़ते हुए वे गृह मंत्री नियुक्त हुए। 9 जून 1964 पंडित नेहरू के निधन के बाद स्वयं पंडित नेहरू के चहेते लाल बहादुर शास्त्री ने भारत के दूसरे प्रधानमंत्री का पदभार संभाला। कुल 4 शब्दों में उस मृदुभाषी व्यक्ति ने देश को एक नारा दिया, जय जवान जय किसान।
उन्होंने उस समय इस बात का एहसास कर लिया था, देश के अंदर हमें अपने जो भंडार है अनाज के, उन्हें पूरा भर देना है और एक जो भारत के गौरव और गरिमा को देश विश्व में खड़ा कर देना है। वो अगर संभव है तो जवानों और किसानों की जय जयकार करने से ही है।
लाल बहादुर शास्त्री, प्राइम मिनिस्टर ऑफ इंडिया, स्पीकिंग ऑन इंडिपेंडेंस डे इन 1965।
हम हथियारों का जवाब हथियारों से दें।
5 सितंबर 1965 पाकिस्तान ने भारत के खिलाफ खुली जंग का ऐलान कर दिया। जवाब में भारतीय सेना पंजाब से सीमा पार कर गई। जब तक संयुक्त राष्ट्र की पहल पर युद्ध विराम हुआ, तब तक भारत की सेनाएं पाकिस्तानी सेना पर हावी हो चुकी थी।
वो किसी के दबाव में आने वाले व्यक्ति नहीं थे। जब ऐसी घटना होती है तो बहुत ज्यादा अंतर्राष्ट्रीय दबाव होते हैं। अगर आप दब गए तो झुक जाएंगे, वो नहीं दबे। लेकिन फिर शायद दोनों देशों की भलाई सोचकर वो युद्ध विराम पर राजी हो गए।
10 जनवरी 1966 ताशकंद। जिन आदर्शों के नैतिक बल का मजा वो पाकिस्तान को चखा चुके थे, आज उन्हीं आदर्शों की उदारता से उन्होंने समझौते के कागजात पर दस्तखत कर दिए। लेकिन अभी समझौते के दस्तावेज पर स्याही सूखी भी न थी कि उसी रात शास्त्री जी को दिल का दौरा पड़ा और उनकी मृत्यु हो गई। गांधी जी ने कहा था कि शत्रु का दिल जीतना ही वास्तविक जीत है। सुदूर ताशकंद में जब स्वर्गीय लाल बहादुर शास्त्री को कोसिजिन के साथ साथ खुद जनरल अयूब खान ने कंधा दिया, तो लगा जैसे शास्त्री जी बापू के फलसफे को चरितार्थ कर दुनिया से रुखसत हो गए थे। लाल बहादुर शास्त्री केवल 18 महीनों तक भारत के प्रधानमंत्री रहे, लेकिन अपने प्रधानमंत्रित्व के छोटे से कार्यकाल में शास्त्री जी ने भारत के हर नागरिक के कानों में आत्मसम्मान और आत्मबल का मंत्र फूंक दिया था। अपने व्यक्तित्व से उन्होंने निष्काम कर्म और पुरुषार्थ की वो मिसाल कायम की कि उनकी गिनती भारतीय इतिहास के सर्वोच्च महापुरुषों में होती है।
We are privileged to welcome distinguished leaders and eminent personalities from diverse industries to this occasion. Today's conference will address the critical challenge of maintaining and strengthening human relationships in an era dominated by technology, emphasizing the growing importance of employee welfare, and highlight the shift towards creating truly human-centric organizations. We are confident that these discussions will provide valuable insights to help us navigate the challenges and opportunities ahead.
Following the proud tradition of LBSIM, we would now like to invite our esteemed guests to join us in lighting the ceremonial lamp and paying our homage to late Sri Lal Bahadur Shastri Ji. I request Ms. Renu Bohra, Mr. Rahul Ghai, Professor Praveen Gupta, Dr. Sheila Bhargav, Dr. Darshana Bankar, Dr. Seep Sethi, Colonel Ajay Sood, and Ms. Anandita Srivastav to kindly come to the stage. May I now request all the dignitaries to take their seats on the stage.
We would now request Professor Praveen Gupta, Director, LBSIM, to welcome the Chief Guest, Ms. Renu Bohra, Chief Human Resources Officer, National Engineering Industries Limited, with a planter as a token of her gratitude. Thank you, sir. We now request Professor Rekha Gupta, Dean Academics, to welcome the keynote speaker, Mr. Rahul Ghai, General Manager, Talent Acquisition Advisory, Campus Placements and Diversity Initiatives, CBRE South Asia Private Limited, with a planter as a token of our gratitude. Thank you, ma'am.
I now invite Professor Praveen Gupta, Director, LBSIM, to deliver the welcome address and officially commence today's National HR Conference.
Esteemed Chief Guest for today's conference, Ms. Renu Bora, Chief Human Resource Officer at National Engineering Industries Limited. Esteemed keynote speaker of the day, Mr. Rahul Ghai, General Manager, Talent Acquisition Advisory, Campus Placements and Diversity Initiatives, CBRE South Asia Private Limited. Dean Academics, Dr. Rekha Gupta, Conference Convener, Dr. Sheila Bhargav, esteemed faculty colleagues from HR department, esteemed colleagues, admin colleagues, guests, speakers for session 1 and session 2, dear students, ladies and gentlemen. It's a proud moment for me as I extend a warm welcome to each one of you to the National HR Conference, which is titled Leveraging the Strategic Role of HR in Driving Workplace Excellence. Let me share at the outset, two key words these days are diversity and inclusion. And we also thought we should bring some change in our setup. So let me share with the guest today. Typically, the inaugural session is in form of as a formal dais. So we thought we should change not for the sake of change, but change to bring the fresh perspectives into the HR conference. The Institute holds HR conference every year, month of August or September, which really sets the tone for the entire academic year. Large number of students are from first year. The first year students join in the month of June, 3rd or 4th week, and they have a series of activities. They get socialized, they get accustomed to our teaching practices, learning practices, and then this first conference, so I think I welcome once again the young students from first year. The purpose of these domain-specific conferences is to really give an opportunity to our students to really learn from the business leaders, industry leaders. These industry leaders have worked for typically, say, more than 15 years, 20 years, or even more. The kind of experience each speaker brings on the during the discussion, I think it sets the triggers for you. We, the faculty members, we continuously give you, as per the curriculum, as per the latest developments, bringing in the news clips from ET and other newspapers. But what is happening in industry? What changes are taking place in industry? It is extremely important that from time to time they come and share their knowledge, their wisdom, their changing trends, and what are their expectations from young managers like you. That is the purpose of the conference. And also, it offers an opportunity for the leaders also to interact with each other during lunch and other platforms. Now, let me share my thoughts. Of course, these are domain leaders, so they will be sharing their views. Let me just set the tone from my side. And in expressing my views, I may give some divergent views, so you can bear with me on HR. Human resource management, I want a change, at least in mindset, not in the terminology. Can it be called as humane resource management? This is extremely important. Otherwise, many times what I have learned and what I have seen, what I have read in books, the great thinkers like C.K. Prahlad and Hamel, they have written in the book Competing for Future, HR should not become only the denominator manager. By denominator means the number of employees. So this is extremely important. We have the words like, in today's world, very competitive. So we have words like downsizing, right sizing, but agenda is one only. So it is extremely important. Can we have human resource department, human resource team, human resource strategy, focusing on humane approach? Let me also share, if you ask me, my opinion, the biggest challenge in today's world is the lack of authentic leaders. Whether it is the area of governance, political leadership, leadership in industry, or leadership in other fields of life. I was just wandering through just few minutes ago. There were towering leaders in scientific progress in India like Homi Bhabha and Vikram Sarabhai and many others. But those were in 50s and 60s. What about 90s and what about 2025? Same is in terms of, say, bureaucracy. There were stalwarts. Same is in the field of sports. Same is in the field of film. I'm a big follower of, say, growth of Indian film and cinema. We had Shyam Benegals and we had Raj Kapoors and we have got Chopras. So where are they now? So there is a significant lack of appropriate leadership, and leadership comes from trust. Trust you instill amongst your co-workers. And I have jotted down few points. I am just sharing for the benefit of students. 3 attributes of leaders, which primarily drives from trust, authenticity, empathy, and then connecting with co-workers with correct policies and processes. I personally believe if we reach consensus, it is good. And despite differences, if we can align together, it is even better. Now, what should be the HR strategy in today's highly competitive world? Can we empower our employees to fuel the progress? That should be the mantra. The human resource or the strategic human resource should be to harness the potential of each of the employee. So, which is required through alignment of each employee with the business, aligning of culture with the business, and in today's context, aligning the technology also with the business. But what is expected of human resource? What is expected of human beings? Are we providing a nurturing environment for each one of them? How they are thinking, acting, and delivering to the company? In terms of industry, can we inculcate entrepreneurship, empowerment, and excellence? Can we develop a ownership mindset in each of the employee? Can each employee think in terms of owner of a domain at least? So for that, we require certain attributes from the company. We should inculcate agility. We should appreciate agility. We should make everyone accountable. And also we should appreciate the innovative ideas. Now, in my closing remarks, I have jotted down something for so-called Gen Z and Gen Alpha. They behave in a different manner. They expect different things from the company. Of course, we are focusing on efficiency, productivity, and innovation, but what is their expectation? Their expectation is they do not want year after, say, after 1 year kind of feedback, appraisal, right? What they want is real-time feedback. If boss is happy, boss should express. If boss is unhappy, of course, I feel he should also express. So that there is a continued adjustment in terms of alignment. Everybody wants opportunities to learn. And more than the title, they want what is the purpose. So if we are very clear in defining purpose to each and every employee, that is extremely important. One more thing, which is the expectation of new generation, is work-life balance. So leaders of, some of the top leaders in India spoke about 70 hours. Somebody went even further. He said 100 hours and no Sundays. But this will never be appreciated by the new generation. They want right amount of space for work and right amount of space for self. Mental health, you may say, I may differ, I am from, say, slightly older generation, but this is the reality of life. Mental health, well-being, these are the issues. So what employees want: stress management, work management, balance between personal and professional time. And these are some of the key drivers of growth in today's time. So I feel when we speak, these days we speak about empathy. So if we can, just for the sake of thought process, HRM can be human resource management. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for setting the tone for the conference.
I now invite Professor Rekha Gupta, Dean Academics, to highlight the key institutional initiatives at LBSIM that are shaping its vision of becoming a center of excellence.
Thank you, team. Good morning, everybody. Respected dignitaries on the dais, Ms. Renu Bora, Chief Human Resource Officer from National Engineering Industries Limited, Mr. Rahul Ghai from CBRE South Asia Limited, General Manager, Talent Acquisition, Professor Praveen Gupta, Director LBSIM, Dr. Sheila Bhargav, Area Convener OB and HRM, faculty members, administrative staff, and dear students. A very, very good morning. I expect an answer? Yeah, good morning. So here I am to present a very brief about the activities, the prominent activities which institution has undertaken over the last few years. So well, I'll start with the academic front. All our programs, we started with PGDM General. Over the years, we moved to PGDM Finance, Research and Business Analytics. And in the last few years, we started Artificial Intelligence and Data Science program along with e-business. Our FPM program also commenced and it was well received. All the seats are filled with enthusiasm. So on academic front, we have also having, experiential learning apart from the course curriculum, which is at par with the latest offerings in the industry. We also focus on international and rural immersion program. It's one of the biggest immersion programs which are taken by institutes all over India with all the students going on rural and outbound programs. For the rural programs, the centers which are enlisted are Irma Anand, Floral and Fragrances Institute in Kannauj, LBS Polytechnic in Manda and Indore, and also other various NGOs we have associated with it. Soon after the exams are over, all the first year students are going for the rural immersion program. Also, we have international immersions with Telecom University, Sunway University, and Patumthani University, where students either go for the international immersion or the outbound program, which we have collaborated with Tata Steel Adventure Foundation, where they go trekking, in which, you know, the main theme is to envisage leadership, team spirit, etc. On quality, the emphasis is always there. We, as an institute, go for NBA accreditations. We are a member of AACSB accreditation. On technology front, we have tie-up with IBM skill build programs. We also have tie-up with NASCOM for future skill build program, wherein we focus on technology-driven programs also to be catered to the students. We also have come out with the AI policy as an institute where, you know, we advocate the simultaneous use of AI besides, you know, focusing on learning as well and from technology as well. Regarding the corporate tie-ups, we have a lot of tie-ups which we have come out recently. We have tied up with Arai Institute. We have tie-up with IRMA. And we also have an MOU with National Small Industries Corporation as a institute which is based on Shastri Ji's values. We have also tie-up with International Center for Agriculture Research in Dry Area, GB Pant University, to name a few. So we here try to focus on contributing to the basic service activities of the nation. We have conducted a lot of MDPs in recent years. 35 or more companies have been our corporate clients. To name a few, they have been HPCL, Denso, Unicharm India Limited, IOCL, where we conducted a lot of programs on finance for non-finance, stress management, dealer management, and so on. As an institute, we also focus on FDPs and research with a lot of publication in ABDC category, Scopus, and Web of Science coming from the faculty members. We also focus on FDP programs which are conducted regularly by the faculty members of our institute for other faculties, as well as we conduct a lot of workshops for our faculty as well. To look into the societal impact of what we teach, we also have collaboration where we conducted sustainability workshops. Our students conducted digital literacy program for teaching students the digital literacy in terms of acclimatizing them with Microsoft PowerPoint, Word, Gmail, etc. And we have come out with a program for empowering the panchayats, where our faculty is participating, you know, sharing their insights and giving them ways and means to deal better with rural governance and community leadership. These are a few initiatives, major initiatives. Of course, we have initiatives which are ongoing, which, as you see today's HR conference, we do it yearly. We have marketing conference, we have AIDS conference. So this is apart from all the regular initiatives which we do undertake. And I wish today's conference a big, big success. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing such valuable insights.
I now invite Dr. Sheila Bhargav, conference convener, to introduce the theme of this year's conference.
Good morning. I think we can have more energy. Good morning. So a very good morning to all. Respected chief guest, Ms. Renu Bora, keynote speaker, Mr. Rahul Ghai, Professor Praveen Gupta, Professor Rekha Gupta, Dr. Seep Sethi, Dr. Darshna Banker, other esteemed speakers for the day, distinguished guests, colleagues, and dear students. It is my privilege as the convener of the National HR Conference 2025 to introduce this year's theme, leveraging strategic role of HR in driving workplace excellence. Human resource management has always been the backbone of organizational success. Today, its role is transforming rapidly due to external environmental shifts such as technological changes, global economic uncertainties, changing workforce demographics, hybrid work models, and rising employee expectations. The key question now is not just how HR manages processes, but how HR becomes a strategic driver of excellence, resilience, and innovation in organizations. Let me share some context. According to a Deloitte 2023 Global Human Capital Trends Survey, the vast majority of business leaders, approximately 87%, believe that developing the right workplace model is important or very important to their organization's success. The insights reveal that 63% of business executives report that employees today are focused on team and project work that falls outside their current job descriptions. Further, 81% of executives say work is increasingly performed across functional boundaries. Similarly, a McKinsey 2024 article reported that companies that focus on their people's performance are 4.2 times more likely to outperform their peers, realizing an average 30% higher revenue growth and experiencing 5 percentage points lower attrition. These findings show that HR is no longer just a support function. It is an engine of competitive advantage. Our theme reflects this evolving reality. To leverage HR's strategic role means moving beyond traditional hiring. It means creating workplaces where human connection thrives, even in a technology-driven world. It means embedding employee well-being and purpose into the culture and enabling organizations to stay agile in uncertain times. Today's conference is built around two sub-themes. Panel discussion 1 titled Human Connection in a Technology-Driven World. This is important for balancing digital efficiency with empathy, collaboration, and authentic leadership. The second is panel discussion 2 titled Workforce Wellbeing and Human-Centric Cultures. This is also becoming a necessity for sustaining resilience, engagement, and holistic growth of employees. I am confident that the insights that will be shared by our distinguished speakers and panelists today will enrich our understanding of how HR can truly drive workplace excellence in this era of transformation. With these thoughts, I extend my heartfelt welcome to all present here and thank you for being part of this important exchange of ideas. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We are all looking forward to the enriching discussions lined up ahead.
It is my privilege to introduce today's chief guest, Ms. Renu Bora, a highly accomplished HR leader with extensive expertise in strategic business partnering, organizational transformation, and culture building. With a career spanning multinational corporations, Indian business houses, and public sector organizations, she has made significant contributions across diverse sectors including logistics and supply chain, professional services, healthcare, consumer durables, engineering, and manufacturing. Currently serving as the Chief Human Resources Officer at National Engineering Industries Limited, Ms. Bora brings with her over 2 decades of distinguished experience in human resources. She was the Chief People Officer at DB Schenker until 2023, where she has also held leadership roles as Senior Director HR and Director Human Resources, driving initiatives in change management, capability development, organizational design, and fostering high-performance cultures. Prior to that, she served as the Deputy General Manager HR, North and East India at Blue Star Limited for over 8 years, with a strong focus on HR solutions, diversity and inclusion, and employee engagement. In recognition of her exemplary contributions, she was named among Asia's top 100 power leaders in HR 2022 and nominated for the ET Prime Women Leadership Award 2023. Beyond her corporate achievements, she's a certified independent director, global value ambassador, and a respected coach and mentor, deeply committed to developing future leaders. Her professional strengths lie in HR strategy, talent management, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and corporate social responsibility. She embodies a leadership style that ensures a win-win outcome for both businesses and people. Outside of her organizational role, Ms. Bora dedicates her time to pro bono mentoring and coaching of students and young professionals, reflecting her passion for nurturing talent and giving back to the community. We are truly honored to have Ms. Renu Bora with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Ms. Renu Bora.
A very good morning to you all. And thank you for such a beautiful introduction. So the introduction was very one-sided. It didn't carry the, the shortcomings and the weaknesses that I have had, yeah, and the learnings that I've underwent. A very good morning to you all once again, and respected dignitaries on the dais, Director Sir, esteemed faculty, esteemed administrative staff, and future leaders. Yeah, so it's an honor to be here. And when I come for such gathering, it's very difficult to understand what is going through in the mind of the audience. And I'm primarily addressing you all. And I'm sure I'm not addressing the dignitaries or the esteemed faculty, but it is to the student that I'm addressing. And it makes my life more difficult because I have a son of your age. He is 22, and maybe you are younger or whatever. And he, at times also, to hold conversation with him is a strategic area to work on. So this coming to the topic for which I'm called here, leveraging strategic role of HR in workplace excellence. This word strategy, 30 years back was very enigmatic to me. Strategy, kya hota hai? Matlab, it was very, something, in those days when there was no HR, it was called P&A. At least in my time when I joined, I was in personal administration. So I made my CV and I put the word strategy, that I design HR strategy and policies. And within 3 or 2.5 years of my job, I got a call from a headhunter and I went for an interview and I was asked, okay, so which strategy you have designed? So I was totally numb. And then they said, okay, is that strategy in line with your organization strategy? What is your organization strategy? And I was not able to give any response because I think I was too much, thinking that this is something of very high level. And over the last 30 years, I would say that, I have come to terms with dealing with strategy day in, day out, understanding it, and making it operational. So, and I obviously I didn't make to that interview, yeah? So strategy, according to me and according to most of us, is basically what we do in terms of, so we have a plan of action or a decision to meet the organization goals. Those decisions or those plan of actions which can give us a competitive edge is a strategy, isn't it? You will design it, you may try it, it can also fail, you will learn from it, but basically it is to give a competitive advantage. So if you do HR in the traditional form without linking it with the company strategy, without linking it with the, and even if you link it with the company strategy, but not thinking that how can you win through it in the competitive landscape, then it is not strategic HR. Then it is HR for HR kind of thing. Then you are doing appraisals, okay. Appraisals are for, the bell curve. Then you are doing hiring because you have to do hiring, fill the team as per your workforce planning, and faster and, beating the turnaround time and so on. Then you're aiming for beating the turnaround time and not meeting the strategy. So I would like to share, and I think when you call a practitioner, you want some sharing of anecdotes. So I'll take you through the various HR subsystems that we have, like talent acquisition, like performance management, like talent management, like rewards and recognition, and where I have had my first-hand experience in strategic HR. So talent acquisition. So when I was in my previous organization, I had joined the company and I found that when I was meeting people, capturing the voice of internal customers, they would say, यहाँ पे तो ये होता है कि you are not happy with your manager or the role or the salary, but then you get a job offer, you go there, and within 3-4 months you are called back. And you join back with a huge salary. So this is creating a gap of, those who are staying back in the organization, they are at a disadvantage because new manager will call the people back and put them at a very high salary, the salary that they are claiming or they are at in their new organization. So I said, how do we, so the issue is that how do we create this or reduce the divide of people leaving and coming back suddenly in 2-3 months or even 8 months, and you are taking them back because you need them, and they were good, but you're taking them at a very high salary or higher designation. And what happens to the people who stay back? What is their morale? And then how do you address people when they are not happy with the current role or have had a tiff with their manager, or they were not happy with their current salary, but there was no dialogue? So I introduced something which is not a big brainer. It was called cooling period. We use the word embargo. We said in the hiring policy that if you leave the organization, we will not be able to take you for the next 2 years unless the CHRO approves it. And the approval means it will never be approved. So the people who were against it were the business heads. They said, no, how can you bring this kind of policy? It doesn't make sense. But what happened is that when we communicated this policy within the organization, people, when they had real issues with their manager, they would come to us. So you are bringing them to dialogue. So all those controllable attrition reasons you were able to address because you had people coming to you and say that I have issue with my manager, or I have issue with my role, I have issue with my location or with my salary, and so on. Or I'm in my life cycle, I've got married, I've got more responsibilities back home, and this salary is not enough for me. So those dialogues got opened. And we found that in 3 years' time, the attrition, the controllable attrition was addressed to a large extent by this small strategic change in the hiring policy. Similarly, when we focused on internal talent, and we found that internal talent was moving out because there was a fancy designation given by the competition, or a fancy role, or a higher salary. So we said, okay, let's bring this, and we ran a campaign around it. It was called promotion before recruitment, which means that we will rather take an internal hire for that position instead of going out for recruitment, which also meant a lot of work for HR. So HR is not always strategy. So you have to do a lot of operational work. You have to release the IGPs on time, internal job posting. At times, there's a vacancy today here, but the approval takes 12 days, 13 days, because there are various layers, and you look at the layers, why approvals are taking time, how you are communicating to people. Not everyone will apply, so you have to you know, identify people, earmark them, have dialogue with them, tell them in this new role what are the, while there's a risk of taking up a new role and coming out of a comfort zone, but how can it help you? You also have to, we had to talk to the manager also, because if you are a great employee, if you are a great talent, your managers won't release you. They would say, no, no, we won't be able to, work without this person. So, and they would start putting pressure on their talent that if you leave, then, I will not support you, or I will not be able to release you, and so on. So we addressed all those points in the entire, in the entire HR gamut or workplace gamut. So I talked about strategic, HR for hiring. So, say for Comp and Ben, either you say it's a very operational thing, it's a payroll management, you have compensation benefits, you have a compensation benchmarking, every organization does that. But in the organization where I was working, it was going through a big transformation, and we really wanted the CXOs, that means the people who report to the CEO, CEO -1, we wanted to retain them for a good number of years. So we introduced, we in fact changed their salary. The fixed component became 70% and 30% was their variable, which means close to 5.5-month bonus was annual bonus. This was carved out from their fixed salary, so there was a lot of resistance. But what happened is that with that huge bonus, which could have become 120%, which means that they may also get 8 months salary as a bonus at the year end, we found that this small change of making a very high variable, high annual variable, led to a lot of stickiness of the CXOs in that crucial period. And through this strategic change in their compensation, where we did a restructuring, and we also tied up the bonus with the organization goals and not their BU specific goals, so that they work for the entire organization, and there's a lot of collaboration and good team working. We were able to achieve the organization purpose of excellence. Coming to the example of talent management. So what happens in talent management? We say, okay, a talent is there. First of all, let's put the talent in a 9 box to understand, is he or she a subject matter expert or a star performer or ready to talent and so on. And we do performance management. We deploy talent across the organization. We do career pathing. But here what we did once, I think it was a good strategic focus for us in the talent management was that, as I said, that a lot of internal talent movement was, encouraged, because we ended up hiring. We found that we were hiring the plant heads or the branch heads from external market. And we really wanted to build internal people around that. But we had people who were in operation, they had moved vertically in operations. We had people in sales, vertically moved in sales. And so same goes for the functions. How do we move those interfunctional moves? So for that, we ran programs around job rotation. We didn't call it job rotation. We named it a different name. Internal name was given, and there was a teaser campaign and so on. But we found many people took the risk of coming out of their comfort zone and moved to the other function. And in another 4 years, we had people who had experience in sales, had experience in operations, had some small stint of experience in commercial position also, and they were the ideal candidate for the branch heads, which was a pipeline for leadership development. And then learning and development. We say learning and development is for skills. Every HR folk, they do learning and development. They either focus on the year, whether you run the year-long process or you run it once in a year. Now it is like year-long TNI process, training need identification, then you provide trainings, you have competency mapping, you find what is the competency gap, you run assessment centers and so on. But here what we did in learning and development, I can share one program that we ran. We had, we are finding it very difficult to hire our salespeople. We were looking for people who have solution focus in sales and not people who are box sellers. And then when we discussed it with the CEO and the business leader, they said the best salesperson in our organization is somebody who understands operations, because when they go and meet customers, then we are saying that we have a very powerful operational team, we have a dedicated supply chain experts. And this is the way we want to, earn customers or do business development. It is not about selling of a product. So how do we get people from operations? They won't be open to move to sales. They may not have those traits or those competencies of sales. And when we are hiring from outside, we found that the best salespersons that we had hired from external market, they were generally after 6 months, they were put under PIP, because they were not able to navigate in the organization, have that close coordination with the operations team and respond to the customer. So we ran a program called Sales Pro, where we said that this is open for operations people. You apply if you want to make your career in sales. We will train you for the next 6 months. And after that, there will be a 3 months of joint sales visit, JSVs, where you will go with a salesperson to meet customers. And then you can move to sales. Initially, there were many questions that, why should we move to sales? Though we know generally sales people, they have very high comp as compared to operations people in many organizations. At least in the company where I was working, it was that sales salary was one attractive thing, meeting customers, and also it's giving you a new career path, because if you have a stint in sales, a stint in operations, then you can be a P&L lead. So your career was opening for new opportunities. We got 70 odd applications in the very first year, people who were open to be trained, because we had used the L&D route, the learning and development route, in a very strategic manner to run this program where we were building sales professionals within the organization, from within the organization. And then after we build up, there was a pipeline ready, and as and when we had positions in key account management, in sales planning, we were able to deploy these sales professionals, or the trained operations people who moved to sales. So it was an internal movement. It also did a huge tick mark to internal hiring, internal growth. And what do employees want? Generally, salary could be the reason where they get attracted maybe, or the brand, but ultimately employees, what even your director also said, that people, he used the word work from home, I would say flexibility. So people want that flexibility and they want growth. So through these strategic moves in the organization, through these strategic programs, we were able to do a lot of, we were able to meet the goals of the organization, and we also could build an edge over the competition, because we had very reduced attrition. People wanted to stay in the organization because it would satisfy your growth needs. It was giving you career pathing, and your new opportunities of taking up different roles in the network also were opened up. And last, I would say one of the key strategic role of HR is to build culture. Because it is culture is something, even two organizations in the same space, same sector, are different, because the culture is different. So culture building is quite difficult. At the same time, it is common sense. We, in the organization that I work, we focus a lot on entrepreneurship or empowerment. So we find that when people leave and they want to come back, they say that, okay, in the new organization, you are only supposed to do this work. This is your job description. You can't go beyond this. But in this organization, we were allowed to, we had a lot of ownership. Many decisions we were able to take. We felt that while we are on a paycheck, we felt like we are entrepreneurs. So an organization can build a culture around that, and that can give you a strategic uh, benefit or edge over your competition. And then you become talent magnet. So these terms like talent magnet, they appear to be fancy, but it is easy if you use your strategy in the right direction. So first, I think it's important to know what is the organization's goals, align the HR to those, and always think that how can we do it differently. Like very recently, when we opened up a new plant in Rajasthan in a place called Bagru, we could not get any diploma. We were hiring for diplomas. We were not able to get the remote location. We went to various institutes. We could get a lot of students who said yes, but they didn't turn up to the plant. Then we thought, what can we do? And then we said, okay, let's do walk-ins. Now, walk-in is something which many organizations have been doing for the last three decades. How did we do it differently? We have our existing diplomas who are working in our Jaipur plant. We made a WhatsApp group of those 400 people. We put the positions there for the new plant. And through these people, we asked for candidates' referrals. So now the same candidate whom we would have met in a campus, but they don't know us. But now they are talking to their senior. They know what is the job all around, what is the organization culture, what is the kind of job security that we have in the organization, what are the other benefits that we have in the organization. And we could get, I think in the first walk-in that we did, we had around 184 participants, and out of which I think 40 were women. And they traveled all the way to Bagru. So I'm saying that as HR, we cannot be sitting separately. We have to work very closely with business, understand their needs, and work together to arrive at strategy and then do a very perfect execution of it. So with these words, I think I've taken a lot of time. Thank you for being here. Thank you for listening. And I thank the Institute once again for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for presenting and sharing such insightful perspectives. It was truly a pleasure to hear your thoughts and how you work on entrepreneurship and empowerment. I'm confident that the audience has gained valuable insights from what you have shared.
It is my privilege to introduce the keynote speaker for today, Mr. Rahul Ghai, General Manager for Talent Acquisition Advisory, Campus Placements, and Diversity Initiatives at Coldwell Banker Richard Ellis, CBRE, South Asia Private Limited. Mr. Ghai brings with him over 12 years of extensive recruitment expertise, including more than 5 years in key leadership roles. Over the course of his career, he has not only successfully managed large-scale talent operations, but also collaborated with global teams to design and streamline recruitment processes, ensuring both efficiency and effectiveness in meeting organizational hiring goals. What makes his professional journey truly inspiring is its diversity. He has worked extensively in leadership hiring and consulting during his previous tenures with ABC Consultants and Heidrick and Struggles, which further enriched his perspective and strengthened his expertise in building strong, future-ready organizations. It is indeed an honor to have him with us today, and we eagerly looking forward for gaining valuable insights from his journey, experiences, and expertise. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Rahul Ghai.
Thank you all. So I was pretty much in that front that when will it end? Because it's a long speech for me, like particularly because reason being that the adjectives written over here, the way the lady was saying, it's bit too much for you guys to digest. Reason being that again, I've seen that me as an individual, like 12 years back, sitting in the same sitting plan like you, I must be sleeping on that mid chair or something of that sorts. But nonetheless, so thank you so much. First of all, thank you so much, Director Sir, to the entire team over here. Trust me, they are working day and night. And I have seen the differentiator as far as the course curriculum that you guys have, which is very different to what we have for any other college that we have. So a big round of applause to them, first of all. So guys, I'll make it more interactive. I believe there are quite a couple of people I've seen sleeping in between, which I don't want, because even I have not slept. So I can't leave you guys sleeping on this. So, so the thing is that if we talk about leveraging HR and that too into the strategies we talk about and everything. So I want to ask, first of all, how many of you want to join Google? Raise hands. 100%, everyone. I believe even me. Reason for it? Infrastructure. The campuses they have, the facilities they have, and Instagram-worthy pictures that you can click once you are in their offices and everything. So guys, this is a strategy made by an HR where a person will tend to spend more time in office and will be spending around 12 to 14 hours working with all the facilities included. So you're getting the mindset as far as that strategy is concerned. So that lucrative office is attracting you to work more, not to have more fun. So here comes the HR right now and what you call as a new age HR for you. So we guys are the blueprint creators for you guys. So creating that particular infrastructure, bringing that workplace strategies, and particularly working on the change management. So right now we are dealing with that kind of world where everything is changing every day. Trust me, I wake up every morning and I see Mr. Trump diverging in quite a lot of things to make India and make us feel so bad about ourselves. But trust me, he's the best person to bring in that change in us. And we require it. So we as an individual, we as an employee of an organization, that change and that background is being created by the human resources team. So when we talk about bigger organizations, we talk about downsizing, we talk about upsizing. We have seen quite a lot of hiring happening during the COVID times, even during the COVID times, and then we have seen quite a lot of layoffs happening in the similar way. So it all relates to the change management, how the cycle is changing, how the environment around us is changing. It all requires the policies and everything. But me as an HR is giving you that right comfort to be in that organization, to be more productive, to have your emotional and mental well-being being sorted once you come to work. So basically, if I talk about leveraging HR and the mantra for me, particularly giving it to all the young entrepreneurs that I can see in front of me, some of the sleeping faces, again, they have not wake up like me. But I love to see everyone as an HR professional, to have that particular zeal with him to work towards a goal as far as their personal growth is concerned, as well as professionally, because end of the time you're working for an organization which is profit based in nature. So when we talk about mental well-being, we talk about all the long shifts, all the things that are happening on the hybrid work culture, work-life balance and everything. All that relates to somewhere down the line we are working for a particular goal, and every organization you are joining in is there for the profit, and particularly for you as if you are doing pretty well, trust me, you will be in next 2-3 years you will be buying a lavish car, showing it to your friends that this is what I have bought. I am right now the general manager, I am the assistant general manager, and all the lucrative designations that you have. But the thing is that you need to achieve it, and somewhere down the line HR is in the background for it. So we guys create that workplace solutions for you. We create that strategies. As ma'am rightly said, that there's quite a lot of things that we do on the backdrop as far as hiring, as far as learning and development, and as far as things that we do on the compliances And there's quite a lot of background work to be done. But as an individual, as a person, as a student right now, you should have that zeal to how to work around. And the mantra is change management. I've seen, I'll give you my example. So when I joined a company, the first company that I joined in was Hydrick and Struggles. And it is an oldest executive search firm in the world. And I wanted to join as a research analyst to any company whatsoever. So I was not knowing about this company, what it's actually doing, what is the way these guys work and everything. So when I joined this company, then I came to know that these guys hire CXO level people to the organizations, and then they are paid for it. And I was like, is somebody getting paid to get someone hired? Is it a scenario? So that was new to me. I was like, if I'm getting hired, is somebody getting paid for it? And this is the actual thing. And it's the oldest executive search firm. We are talking about 70s, 80s. When we don't have a laptop, we don't have, not even a laptop, I'm talking, we have the registers where we have people named up and then we are getting them placed for certain companies and all this stuff is happening. So I was working for them as a research analyst. And my main job over there was to call in the CXO level people, try to get an information from them. Like I'll give an example, like I'll call a director of an organization, giving him a fake pitch that I am calling you from an XYZ conference and I need to send across a conference invite and I'm being referred here by the CEO or XYZ of the company and I want your designation and the team that you are working with and all. And I used to extract quite a lot of information from them. Is it a right way? Yes or no? But this is the only way. Right? So somewhere down the line, here comes the change management in picture. So we as an individual, we think that this is against our ethics, this is against our things and all this stuff. How can I do this? How can I do that? But again, somewhere down the line, I need to extract that information from someone to create some kind of a solution for a CXO level hiring or an org structure that I'm creating out of it. So this is the way how an corporate diverge. And somewhere down the line, we need to cross our limits on this work ethics and all. But again, it works in a very productive and in a very balanced manner. So whenever you are joining an organization, be productive and be open-minded as far as that change is concerned. You may get a boss who's very, what you call as process-oriented, and then you may get a boss who will be like very happy if you get the required results, but you are not process-oriented. But you need to be a mix of both to actually get something or extract something from that organization is concerned. And right now, being on the Gen Z culture, and I was discussing it, sir was discussing with me, not we are discussing with them. So everyone has an ear for you, but do you guys have an ear for us is what the situation is. So if it's going to be a collaboration on both sides, and somewhere down the line, HR bridges that gap. So we see quite a lot of situations where we have hired campus grads and they are not happy with the work or they are not happy with the long shift hours and everything. And somewhere down the line, they complain about it. And then we go to the manager to get the required details that why it's happening or what is the scenario like, what is the rating and XYZ performance ratings and everything. And then we create a concrete solution, but somewhere down the line, it has a human touch to it. We create that solution where you guys will be productive. And again, he doesn't have much complaints about it. So there's going to be a particular solutioning that we'll be doing on the basis of the performance, on the basis of regular what you call as the things, regular interactions, regular directions that we'll give, and then we'll create a policy as far as that particular thing is concerned, whether it's hybrid or work from home or whatever be the situation. If you're working from a tier 2 city, what's going to be the number of days you are required in the office, how many days are there, and that you should be in the office. And there's quite a lot of things that are happening in the background that's been taken care by the human resources. It's taken it on the very lighter note, on the transactional side, but human resources is coming as the most dependent or what I call as one of the things where highly, what I feel the next Gen Z workforce or the next workforce will be highly dependent upon. because we are coming with quite a lot of queries that were not there previously. And even we are learning and somewhere learning from you guys on the same. So I'll be opening this forum to everyone. So I want to have some questions on this, that any queries, any doubts till now that we have on anything that you want to ask at this moment. Do we have anyone? Yeah, please.
Good morning, sir. Thank you for the key insights that you've been giving us, and good morning to all the dignitaries. I am Shravya Gupta. I am pursuing PhD in Financial Management. My question is that, as ma'am also said, organization culture is very important, and the HR department is spearheading the cultural process in any organization. So how does the HR department create or measure the ROI of its cultural initiatives and link it with the key aspects or the outcomes of the organization, like revenue or innovation? And where does the people or the employees stand in this process?
So you want to ask this to ma'am or me?
Sir, you, if you could give that.
So thank you so much. So first of all, somewhere down the line, when we talk about the culture of an organization, so I am here in front of you representing the #1 employers in India right now, CBRE. So when it comes to that #1 employer, we are not providing any Google office, that's for sure. And even I am the one who's working there for the eight years almost. So we are not providing that office. But what we are providing is that ownership. Once you are working with the real estate as a sector, you have that ownership with you to bring in your knowledge and create that environment around you to make sure that everything that is happening should be focused on the professional as far as our compliances and everything is concerned, and you are motivated to get more as far as that business is concerned. So we are creating that backdrop for you, but somewhere down the line we are taking care of that employee health well-being. We are doing the regular surveys, your attrition analysis, the way you are feeling, you can come to us and directly, we have a help desk right now, and quite a lot of things happening internally on the learning and development, all of these aspects that we have for HR. But in the end, we are focusing on you as an individual. If you are the one who's producing that results, trust me, the company is on you, and you have that ownership to bring that particular directives with you, and you can work as per the processes which are aligned to the company is concerned. So if you are happy, if you are fruitful as far as your everyday work is concerned, and you're feeling that positive environment once you are there with the organization, ROI will actually translate. So the situation is, it's more of a thing that how you take it, whether you are liking the work and everything, it's you as an individual, and then we are providing that backdrop to make you feel more secure, more comfortable, and give you that way as far as that creating that ROI for you is concerned. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Anyone else?
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Rohan Kumar Arora, and I'm from the PGDM General Batch. My question is, you talked about collaboration between the company and the Gen Z that is coming right now. So what can be the actionable steps that the company and us as future employees and managers can take to build that collaboration?
Great, very good question. So when it comes to collaboration, collaboration means from the both sides, right? If you have a person who's a manager right now, so there are quite a lot of situations. So you won't have a same person with the same nature, that's for sure. So whenever you're dealing with a person, it's you as an individual, and somewhere down the line, being so, we are so drawn towards the social media with all the hype and all the negativity that's arising. Like, it's like, my boss said this is very toxic in nature. Toxic is a very toxic word, I believe, right now. So it's very toxic in nature. Why this happened to me? Why I'm the only one and everything? So trust me, it is not you. It's with everyone that has gone through that phase, because it's a learning phase. Right now, you're paying to get learn, right? In organization, you will be paid to learn for a certain extent. And then there's going to be a situation where we require that output from you. And then you are dealing with that kind of a person, either your boss or either your stakeholder or either any of the customers that you are dealing with. Trust me, it's going to be a very difficult ride. Reason being that you are somewhere down the line aligning yourselves as far as their aspirations are concerned. If that person requires that kind of facility or that kind of offer or whatever service that we are providing, if you are not 100% to that, then somewhere down the line we will see a backlash happening. But what we need to do as an individual on the collaborative forces is to have an ear to listen, which I feel even me as an individual, I have grown up, now I have a daughter, I have like family, now I listen to her and she hardly listens to me. But again, so you should have an ear to it, and then you can come up with a constructive situation out of it. Like, okay, this is, I listen to you, but again, this is the way it should be done, and this is the way it should be. So there's going to be a two-way approach to it, creating that bridge in between. So it's going to be a collaboration on both bases. So when we talk about Gen Z and other people not gelling up and all, these are all the things that are made up. Trust me, we are all human beings end of the day. We want all the luxuries of life. So as I was listening to this Anurag Kashyap. Sorry, I'm taking all the people in between that are not related to you, but I was listening to his podcast recently, and he told that entire Hindu college or whatever, Delhi University College, went to watch Shah Rukh Khan's first film. So that podcaster asked that why everybody went to watch his film. Like, it could be like there were quite a lot of people from Delhi University who could be in the theater for that movie or XYZ thing. Why everybody went? So he was like, he was a topper, economics topper. Then he was a basketball he was a hockey coach for the organization. Then he was coach for some other sport and everything. So everybody knows him. So somewhere down the line, he has proved his caliber to a different extent altogether. So not everybody is Shah Rukh Khan, but somewhere down the line, you need to have that approach to bring in that particular trait in you. Okay, he's known for that front, and that's why he could be he could be the one who's recognized on that. So that's why it's very much important to create identity for ourselves. There's no Gen Z or XYZ thing happening. It's more on identity basis and the way we create ourselves. We present ourselves to other people. Fine. I hope it answers your question. Again, it's very vague as far as my answering thing is concerned. Huh?
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
So guys, main agenda for asking these questions was to wake up a couple of people. I believe that lady is sleeping, and I don't want her to wake up, sorry. So again, guys, I like talking to quite a lot of you, reason being that I was one of you almost 12 years back. And somewhere down the line, I feel that world is full of opportunities, whether it's human resources, marketing. You have quite a lot of courses right now on the data analytics and AI. And trust me, this is the only institute that I have seen offering these courses on a very high-end basis. So you are in the very good hands, and somewhere down the line, I believe, best of luck to everyone is what I'll say. And somewhere down the line, I believe right now is the right time to get that opportunity sorted for you. So leverage everything, be curious about everything, whether it's human resources, strategy part, whatever is happening in the world around you. This is the best times to be in, and all the best to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your valuable knowledge. It was truly a privilege to hear your perspectives, and I'm confident the audience has gained valuable takeaways to reflect upon and apply.
Now I request Professor Praveen Gupta to felicitate the chief guest for today, Ms. Renu Bora, with a memento as a token of her gratitude. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Sheila Bhargav to felicitate the keynote speaker for today, Mr. Rahul Ghai, with a memento as a token of her gratitude. Thank you, ma'am.
Now, I would like to request Dr. Seep Sethi, faculty LBSIM, to propose the vote of thanks for the inaugural session.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Lal Bahadur Shastri Institute of Management, it is my privilege to deliver the vote of thanks for the inaugural session of the National HR Conference 2025. At the heart of this year's theme, leveraging the strategic role of HR in driving workplace excellence, lies the idea that HR today is a true enabler of growth, culture, and sustainability in organizations. And our speakers this morning have beautifully highlighted this essence. We are deeply grateful to our esteemed chief guest, Ms. Renu Bora, Chief Human Resource Officer, National Engineering Industries Limited, for her inspiring inaugural address. Ma'am, your reflections on the role of HR in strategic building, business partnering, building people-centric cultures, and organizational transformation in enhancing organization excellence are immensely helpful and served as a powerful reminder of why strategic HR leadership matters more than ever today. Thank you for graciously taking time to participate in the inaugural session of our conference. We deeply appreciate your commitment to sharing knowledge and contributing to the industry-academia dialogue. Our heartfelt thanks also to our esteemed keynote speaker, Mr. Rahul Ghai, General Manager, Talent Acquisition Advisory, Campus Placements and Diversity Initiatives, CBRE South Asia Private Limited. Sir, your keynote has given us rich insights into the role of HR as a blueprint creator on how talent acquisition, diversity, and inclusive practices can truly be drivers of excellence in today's workplace. Your insights on mantra of change management was imperative and have inspired us all to champion the cause. Thank you, sir, for gracing our conference with your presence and for sharing profound insights. Your words connected perfectly with the conference theme and set the stage for meaningful deliberations ahead. We owe our deepest gratitude to our chairman, Shri Anil Shastri ji, whose vision and encouragement always guide us to create platforms where ideas meet practice. We are equally grateful to our director, Professor Praveen Gupta, for his dynamic leadership in fostering an ecosystem where academic discourse and industry insights come together seamlessly. I'm grateful to Dr. Sheila Bhargava, conference convener and area chair OB and HRM, and all my area colleagues for their unwavering commitment in shaping every detail of this conference. I also take this opportunity to acknowledge Colonel Ajay Sood, Chief Administrative Officer, under whose able guidance our administrative and support staff have worked tirelessly to ensure the smooth execution of today's event. A special word of appreciation goes to Management Grid, the apex student body of LBSIM, under the guidance of Dr. Khushbu Raina, and all our student coordinators whose tireless energy and commitment have turned this vision into reality. Finally, I thank all my distinguished speakers, faculty members, and students present in the audience for their presence and active involvement. It is your support that makes such academic endeavors successful. With these words, I once again thank everyone who has contributed to the success of this inaugural session. May the sessions ahead spark ideas, collaborations, and new pathways for human-centric excellence in organizations. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I now request all the dignitaries to please come forward on the stage for a group photograph. Thank you so much. We will start session 1 titled Human Connection in a Technology-Driven World at 12:15. I request all the dignitaries to please proceed for Heidi. We humbly request others to please remain seated.
हमें साइलेंट कर दिया है माइक बंद हो गया हमारा
पागल है ये बोलने लगी थी मैं तो शुक्र है लोगों ने सुना नहीं
उधर जाए
Hello. I request everyone to please maintain silence. Hello, hello. No one is allowed to leave the auditorium. Please be seated. तो ये बार बार बंद कर।
हो गया ऑन हो गया
Hello. And no one will leave the box as well. You will remain seated wherever you are.
अब हुआ ऑन करो अरे ऑन हो गया
I request everyone to please be seated.
All the students go back to your seats and remain seated. The students standing near the gate, I request you all to go back to your seats. All the students who are standing in the auditorium are requested to have a seat. You guys have 15 minutes. You can go to washroom, but you will be submitting your phones and students will be going one by one. Attendance हो गई सुबह हो गई
हेलो 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 थोड़ा बढ़ाओ, थोड़ा सा बढ़ाओ। हेलो हेलो बड़ा भाई। हेलो
We
हेलो
request all the students to be settled down fast. Everyone on the exit door, please settle down. Students at the back, please settle down.
हेलो राहुल बायो कोडलेस। ऑन ही रहने देना। हेलो ठीक है।
We request everyone to please be seated. We will start shortly. We request everyone to please be seated. We will start shortly.
हेलो हेलो
हेलो राहुल
नहीं भाई वो गूगल मीट में
बच्चे ये को ऑफ ही रखना
जैसे मीटिंग बाहर फोन क्लिक कर रही है
इसको ऑफ ही रखो 5 सेकंड पे दबाओगे ऑफ हो जाएगा
ठीक है ये एक अपने पास रख लो ये मैं सीट मैम को दे रहा हूँ
ये मैं यहाँ रख रहा हूँ
कृति को बताओ सीट मैम को लगाना
सी मैम को लगा वही प्रीति को बता दो यहाँ रख रहा हूँ बेटा आपको ठीक है ठीक है सर टाइम
Guys, please everyone settle down on your seats. Student is in the balcony. Please settle down. रजत, जो भी यहाँ पे सबको अंदर बैठाओ.
सीट मैम बोल कैसे लगाएगा सीट मैम को कैसे लगाते कहाँ लगाते
इसको बेसिकली यही कहते हैं कि जैसे यहाँ पे प्लग इन कर लिया और फिर यहाँ पे पीछे से पीछे रख लेते हैं या तो पॉकेट में
गाइस टैब है क्या पीछे किसी के पास बालकनी में एक बच्चा लेके नीचे आ जाओ
हेलो हेलो हेलो
ऑल द बॉयज एट बैक सारे आगे आ जाओ
इसको ये क्या माइक लाइन मतलब आवाज आएगी इसमें मतलब नहीं आएगी ठीक है मैं उतार दो क्योंकि उसमें प्ले में भी अच्छी फोटो आएगी
नहीं मतलब पहले मैं तो बोल देती हूँ ठीक है जब वो ऊपर आ जाएंगे ना तब उतारूंगी ठीक है तब उनको देखना है
Guys, can I have a silence, please? वो बालकनी में ना नहीं बच्चे रीड ही तो करना है पढ़ना कृत्वी जीवन से बच्चे बुला लो
ये मैम के इधर मैम के राइट साइड
कहीं भी लगाते हैं राइट लेफ्ट नहीं फर्क पड़ता और मैम को बेसिकली पता है फोन साइलेंट है
लास्ट रो इस वाली भी सारी आ जाओ लास्ट 2 रोज
क्या माइक हाँ उनको हाथ में पकड़ा देना मैम अपने आप एडजस्ट कर लेंगे मैं कंफर्म भी कर लिया ठीक है साइलेंट आ जाओ वो अंशु भी ले रहा था अच्छी ले रहा देख क्या हूँ क्या फोटो दिखाता हूँ सेकंड
मेरी स्पेक्स नहीं चमक रही
रीड करने का
नहीं ठीक है लेकिन जब मैं उनको अनाउंस करूँगी ना
ऑनेस्टली
जब स्टेज पे
यू वांट टू लुक प्रोफेशनल और यू फील कंफर्टेबल
नो नो अब जैसे वो आएंगे तो उनको तरफ देखूंगी तो आई विल फील कॉन्फिडेंट ऐसे अदरवाइज आई विल फील
परफेक्ट कोई आसान नहीं देगा ना अपन को
देखेंगे ना देखेंगे
मैं तो सबको देखूंगा
देखना मत मैं तो स्पेक्स निकाल दूँगी जब बोलने वाली बारी आएगी ज़्यादा मैं तो बोलने वाली बारी आएगी स्पेक्स निकाल दूँगी
फॉर द लास्ट टाइम स्पेक्स वीक देने से डोंट तो इवेंचुअली तो उतारना भी है शुरू में पहनना बाद में उतारना ठीक है
हाँ शिखर कुमार सिन्हा कौन है
वो नहीं उनको पढ़ाते थे
आई नो ओके और प्रोफेसर विकास गुरु कौन है
कौन है तो मुझे नहीं पता
प्रोफेसर विकास एक तो जितना वेट करवा रहे हैं उतनी मेरे को टेंशन
वो भैया फोटो खींच रहे बढ़िया आ जाओ तू भी खींच ले रहा फोटो अभी ले रहा था सारा
मैं सब चेक कर रहा था फोटो
We request everyone who are standing in the auditorium to please be seated, and phones on your silent mode. All the phones should be on the silent mode, and we will be starting with the attendance soon. So I request everyone to please remain seated. Students at the back, please be seated. Students at the back, please settle down quickly. We are starting shortly. Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of Lal Bahadur Shastri Institute of Management, Delhi, I, Nikhil Gupta,
And I, Kriti Chaudhary.
PGDM first year students, are delighted to welcome you all in today's panel discussion. The theme of our session is human connection in a technology-driven world. In today's dynamic corporate environment of swift changes and rising complexity, workplace excellence and human connection is not merely an aspiration, but a necessity. At the forefront of this transformation, human resource now act as a strategic partner, propelling innovation and inclusivity to ensure organizations are ready to face challenges and secure future success.
Today's discourse will illuminate how HR can architect compelling employee experiences, embed a culture of inclusivity, and redefine excellence to include well-being adaptability, and shared corporate values. Our session will critically examine how to maintain authentic human connection amidst technological disruption and how to forge human-centric cultures that prioritize holistic growth. We are profoundly honored to be joined by a distinguished assembly of leaders and practitioners who will provide an insight to offer an invaluable roadmap for aspiring professionals. We have 4 eminent panelists in this session. The discussions will be moderated by Dr. Seep Sethi, Assistant Professor at LBSIM Delhi. The 4 eminent panelists are Ms. Khushbu Jaiswal, Head of Talent and Culture at Pladis Global, Mr. Biren Anshu, Chief Human Resource Officer at the High-Tech Robotic Systems Limited and Novus High-Tech Robotic Systems, Mr. Musarrat Hussain, Head of Human Resource at Suzuki Research and Development India, and Ms. Manika Dhamija, Associate Director, HR at Make My Trip. We request our moderator, Dr. Seep Sethi, and our eminent panelists to please come up on stage and take their seats.
Going ahead, it is my honor to introduce Ms. Khushbu Jaiswal, a distinguished HR professional with over 14 years of robust experience in HR business partnering. Currently working as the Head of Talent and Culture at Pladis Global, she is instrumental in leading HR transformations, spearheading talent development initiatives, and enhancing the overall employee experience. Her impressive career includes serving as the Deputy General Manager of HR at Orion India and as the Regional Head of Human Resources at Amway, where she managed extensive HR operations with a focus on talent management, employer branding, and process transformation. Ms. Jaiswal began her journey at Pine Labs, growing through multiple roles over nearly 8 years. With this accomplished background, she brings a deep knowledge of HR transformation and a proven people-centric approach that creates environments where employees and organizations can truly thrive. Please join us in extending a warm welcome to Ms. Khushbu Jaiswal. May I now request Ms. Anandita Srivastav, President Management Grid, to please welcome Ms. Khushbu Jaiswal with a planter as a token of our gratitude.
We are privileged to welcome Mr. Musarrat Hussain, Head of Human Resource at Suzuki Research and Development India. Mr. Hussain is an accomplished HR professional with more than 3.5 decades of leadership experience across organizations including Maruti Suzuki India Limited, KHD Humboldt, HEG Limited, and the Aisha Group. A postgraduate in personal management and industrial relations from XISS Ranchi, throughout his career, Mr. Hussain has successfully led corporate HR, plant HR, leadership development, and board and CXO engagement functions, contributing to organizational growth and transformation. He has been an active member of several Confederation of Indian Industry Committees and has led HR excellence assessment for organizations such as Tata Capital, Infosys, Bharat Petroleum, and Hindustan Zinc. Recognized among the 20 most impactful HR leaders at CHRO Vision and Innovation Summit 2022, Sir is also a recipient of the prestigious Father Michael Vanden Bogart Distinguished Alumni Award. A TEDx speaker, he continues to guide academia and industry as a mentor and thought leader, Please join us in extending a warm welcome to Mr. Musarrat Hussain. May I now request Ms. Chahat Kapoor, Vice President, Management Grid, to please welcome Mr. Musarrat Hussain with the planter as a token of our gratitude.
Going ahead, we are privileged to welcome Mr. Biren Anshu, a distinguished HR leader with extensive international experience in managing multi-country HR processes and strategic innovations. Currently the Chief Human Resource Officer at High-Tech Robotics Systems Limited, Mr. Anshu has held several senior leadership roles at globally renowned organizations like JCB India, Walmart India, and the Oberoi Group. A proud alumnus of XLRI Jamshedpur, he is recognized for his expertise in talent transformation, organization design, and digital integration, consistently aligning people strategies with business excellence. Mr. Anshu's work exemplifies how HR can be a strategic partner in fostering high-performance cultures and enabling organizational resilience, making his aligning teams and work eventually in the business excellence. Mr. Anshu's work exemplifies how HR can be a strategic partner in fostering high-performance cultures and enabling organizational resilience, making his insights invaluable for our panel discussion. Please join us in extending a warm welcome to Mr. Biren Anshu. May I now request Mr. Manav Vij, Vice President, Management Grid, to please welcome Mr. Biren Anshu with a planter as a token of our gratitude.
We are honored to welcome Ms. Manika Dhamija, an accomplished HR with extensive experience in talent acquisition, candidate experience, and strategic HR processes across technology and product functions. Currently, the Associate Director, HR at Make My Trip, she has led end-to-end hiring for key technology and product leadership roles, streamlined post-offer engagement, and driven initiatives that strengthen the overall candidate experience. Over her 7-year journey at Make My Trip, she has advanced through senior talent acquisition roles, aligning people strategies with business growth and organizational excellence. Ma'am's career includes impactful roles at Directi, Kuliza, and Zomato, where she managed complex recruitment mandates, partnered with senior leaders, and built strong hiring frameworks across engineering and product domains. A proud alumnus of Lal Bahadur Shastri Institute of Management, Ms. Dhamija is recognized among Business World HR 40 Under 40 and TA Pi Top 100 Young HR Leaders. Please join us in extending a warm welcome to Ms. Manika Dhamija. May I now request Ms. Khushi Goyal, Secretary Management Grid, to please welcome Ms. Manika Dhamija with a planter as a token of our gratitude.
Going ahead, it is my distinct pleasure to introduce Dr. Seep Sethi, Assistant Professor at Lal Bahadur Shastri Institute of Management, Delhi. She is a distinguished academician and a dedicated researcher in the field of HR and organizational behavior. With over 8 years of experience in academia, Dr. Sethi has been affiliated with several prestigious B schools in the Delhi NCR region. She holds a PhD in Employee Wellbeing from the Faculty of Management Studies, University of Delhi. Additionally, she completed her MBA with a specialization in HR and BA honors in economics from Aligarh Muslim University, where she was the gold medalist and the university topper at the both graduate and postgraduate levels. Dr. Sethi's research interests span contemporary topics in organizational behavior, including workplace incivility, quiet quitting, and employee well-being. She has published in national and international peer-reviewed journals indexed in ABDC, Web of Science, and Scopus. She is also the co-author of the book, research made easy. We now hand over the proceedings of the session to the respected moderator of today's session, Dr. Seep Sethi.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all today to the panel discussion on the theme that touches each one of us in a profound way: human connections in a technology-driven world. We live in time of technology, and this has brought people closer, but at the same time, there's a paradox that we remain connected only through a medium, that is technology. Today, our esteemed panelists will share their perspectives on how we can embrace innovation without losing the warmth, trust, and authenticity that define human relationships. So to open the forum, we will be keeping the discussion organic between the panel members, and towards the end, students will be given a platform to ask their questions, their queries, and interact with all the esteemed panelists. Okay? So to begin with, sir, as per the recent World Economic Forum publication that came in January 2025, they quoted that the ideal workplace of the future isn't just productive, it's filled with human moments. At the same time, the US advisory in 2023 said that people are crippled in an epidemic of loneliness and isolation, clearly pinpointing the paradox that digital engagement has created in today's world. It's in the present attention economy where time has become the currency and the content that we consume has become the commodity, our mental bandwidth is become a battleground. All the companies and platforms are trying to make a creative content, engage your mind, engage the attention of the audience, leaving us in numerous distractions and leaving little room for us to have focused, personalized, uninterrupted human interactions, which has also led to the fragmentation of attention. So the latest researchers are quoting that the attention span of an average person has gone down to 40 seconds. So 40 seconds where they cannot work without having a distraction to look at their cell phones for missing out any kind of a notification or for the FOMO that they are living in. So with that paradox, I would like to ask my esteemed panelist here that how do you personally define human connections in a technology-driven workplace? Mr. Musarrat, sir, I would start with you.
Thank you. I think, what you were talking about is from a very westernized kind of perspective. Let me tell people that the working world is just not like this. Let me be very candid. You have, say, for example, manufacturing, service sector, you have IT sector, you have, financial sector, you have education sector. So sector-wise, if you will go, and this is right, this is happening, I'm not saying that. But let me tell you, technology and employees have been together for decades. So let's be very clear. The students sitting here may not know, and they connect to the real world. Manufacturing started 200 years ago, right? And manufacturing was nothing but technology. And today, if you look back, so I represent automotive industry. The human-machine collaboration, robotics, automation, all this was there even 30, 40 years ago. Even you can vouch that. Today, if I ask you a question, I mean, how it is happening and how interface is there between human and robotics. Maruti is able to roll out a car having 20,000 components in just 12 seconds, one car after another. And it is because of the attention. There are people who are highly skilled, multi-skilled, who are working on the shop floor and able to create that wonder. So when it comes to blue-collared, when it comes to supervisory people, when it comes to technical piece, when it comes to people who are into research and development, people who are into programming, people who are working in call center, they have to be attentive. There is no escape. In fact, in call center, the mobiles are put in their lockers when they walk in. Now, coming to the corporate world, where we are talking about attention span and technology, you know, people have a fear of missing out and things like that. Yeah, it is happening. I'm not denying that. But let me tell you that these will go together. And it's not that technology was not there earlier. Technology will keep coming and it will add value. Now we talk about AI, generative AI, we had additive technologies. Disruption is happening everywhere. Everywhere disruption is happening the way we are working. Some of the businesses may be impacted very highly, some of them less. So let us be very, very optimistic and clear that these technologies will keep coming. In fact, in 1930s, when television was there in America, they had this serial called War of the World by H.G. Wells. And the whole world panicked that what is going to happen. But it is a gradual progression which will keep happening. We should not worry about that. And in fact, I am happy to say that I have seen both the world. I started my career when computer was just coming in, so we had no access. My first CV was on a typewriter. And there was no photocopier. There was no, digital camera or mobile. And we had to mark our attendance. And in 2020, when pandemic happened, we were just walking into the factory and our attendance was marked by facial recognition. So that was the technology that you don't, and today in my company, there is no attendance system at all. People are geo-tagged, geo-fenced. They are just marking it on their app. So that's how technology is going to aid. So my take is that, the kind of hype which is getting created, I'm not a person who is negating that, but the world will go on. Nothing to worry about. Industry will go on. And these are things, how effectively we channelize, utilize to our advantage rather than becoming a slave of that. It's up to us. So organizations are working a lot to train their people on the right application and usage of these things. And when I ask anyone, they say technology and I do this and that. I'm asking all of you sitting here, you all have a smartphone in your pocket. I'm right or wrong, tell me. And honestly tell me, this is one wonderful gadget in your hand. What percentage of utilization you are doing? Effective utilization. You are utilizing the all application in that, tell me. I can tell about myself, less than 5%. Now you tell us, 5%, 10, 20, 30%, some of you may be using 40%. But the thing is that the tool that we have in our hand has millions of applications. We are not able to use. Now how we channelize, it's a simple example. So nothing to worry. I think life will go on and we have to just seamlessly enter into it and see how best we can utilize, and rest everything is fine. All these reports will keep coming. I read 10 reports every month. So nothing to worry. Thank you.
So since you come from the industry which is all about robotics and AI, how would you personally define that, how human connections in a technology-driven world at workplace, how do you see that connection?
Thank you, Deep. First of all, compliments to the entire team for organizing this session on a very relevant subject. So just picking up from where Musharrat-san left. See, first of all, let's have faith in humanity. All of us, humanity has always endeavored to progress civilization ahead. And curiosity is something that we are blessed with. And technology, innovation is something that is an outcome of that core value of curiosity and creativity that we carry. And therefore, the endeavor to continuously create, continuously learn. Such is technology, okay? Technology is meant to augment human performance, take humanity forward. Not, as Musharrat-san was saying, that we become a slave of it. And I'm conscious of the fact that post-COVID, we have entered into what we call a Bani world. There's a lot of anxiety about how things are happening. As young generation, you have a lot of information flowing in your direction to figure out what is fact from fiction is is always a challenge, and fact requires some hard work, some effort to figure out if it is true or not. And that situation exists in workplaces as well. We have situation wherein young generation and old are working together. And I represent a company which is into deep tech robotics space, and we have a lot of people of your age bracket who work with us. And they are doing exceptional work in managing their own life as much as creating value through the problems that they are trying to solve through tech. And one such problem that we are attempting to solve in our company is how do we reduce the amount of accident that happen on Indian roads? So any guesses, what's the average fatality rate of accidents on Indian roads? या कितने मिनट में एक एक्सीडेंट होता है? So every second minute, there is an accident that happens. And every third minute, that accident could cause a fatality. Now imagine using technology that can help prevent such accidents to happen. And that's where solutions around smart mobility or video telematic solutions that we make. The idea is that if a driver is on a long road, how do we prevent him from getting drowsy? How do we create alerts so that he is conscious of the traffic and then prevents the accident to happen? So that's one application use case of technology, and that is what technology should do. Coming back to the question on workplace, we are in the age of ChatGPT. We are in the age of AI. We use it. We are seeing how technology is evolving, and we are also noticing that the skill sets for you also needs to evolve. You cannot rely on the kind of education that we picked up and we entered into workplaces. We are noticing that skill sets are more techno-functional in nature, and therefore, your ability to handle that technology to create better outcomes to the work that you're doing is extremely relevant and important. And if you're continuously learning and making that effort forward, I believe that most of the work around and debate that is happening on workplace and culture gets settled there. The idea of business is dhanda dhande ke usul pe chalta hai. If you are there, perform, learn, deliver. We are there to create the culture in which you can perform. And I believe let's keep life simple, and things are going to happen and take us forward. So let's not panic, as Busharthan said. Technology is only going to enable us to be better rather than confuse us into submission.
May I add one point I
Sure,
forgot
sir,
to
sure.
add? See, when there was no calculator earlier, right? Calculator came in maybe 80s, first calculator that we saw. Thankfully, we knew how to calculate in our mind. So we knew table. People knew 100 tak ka table. You know, they were taught to calculate in spur. Now what has happened now? I'm telling you honestly, people cannot do simple mathematical addition, subtraction without calculator. That is called summation. You are not able to calculate. You need a calculator for that. People were just calculating because they knew table. So, you know, this is the summation. So what is happening today, that technology is there, you know, there are people, you have robotics which can make tea for you, can serve you tea. Now they can mow your garden, lot of household things they can manage. Now, I mean, it is up to you how much you are leaving everything to technology and how much you are getting involved. So, I mean, we have to balance it out. Technology is there, but for our betterment, not for, you know, making life miserable, in the sense that people are succumbing to that. Like mobile is there. Now I have seen parents giving their toddlers just because to avoid distraction, because boy is or girl is crying, and when they are going to the shop or market, they will give their smartphone to the child. And the child is busy in that, and the parents are also happy. But that is succumbing to technology. You are making your child addicted to you know, these kind of things when he is a toddler, doesn't even know. So you see in many, many families, we are actually building a generation which is actually, you know, accustomed to these things. As a toddler, he is not even walking as a child. So, I mean, we have to balance it out. So this is the degradation that I am seeing in many, many places. So parents, the real parenting is not happening. Parents are not able because they are all working, they don't have time. So how to, keep the child busy is give some, earlier it was television to watch Cartoon Network. Now you have the mobile, you just give them and they are busy with that. So that is, you are actually spoiling the coming generation. Let me tell you honestly.
So that was the main reason we picked up this particular theme as one of the discussions for the panel, because there's no doubt that technology is growing and is enabling us. It is a complementary a function that the technology is playing in our lives by assisting us, by helping us, by making our life easy. But at the same time, we cannot ignore what Sir is mentioning rightly, that somewhere with this integration of technology in our daily lives, we are missing out on the human connections, the human touch, the basic conversations that we used to have, and the kind of connections, instant connections we used to form in a place, in a gathering, in a social gathering. Now, how many times it happened that you were in a social gathering and you just looked up and you observed that everybody was busy on the phone? Ever happened with you? It happened with me. It happened with me a lot of time. I took my daughter for the regular visit to the physician, and I look up and every parent, every child is busy on the phone. So that is what we want to highlight through this panel discussion, that how human connections have lost their essence in this technology-driven world, and what future leaders have to take from this paradox to ensure that that essence remains in the workplace. With that, ma'am, I call for your perspective.
Thank you. Thank you, sirs. I think, honestly, I mean, it is again my honest input. I believe it is a lot of fuzz which has been created around it. Technology was there earlier also. We were using a lot of technical things. Now also we are doing that, probably a little bit more enhanced version of everything. But at the same time, when I had joined one of the organization, the very, very first task which I was given was, Khushbu, as a culture architect, because HRs are called the culture architects, you make the culture or break the culture. So I was told that how will you engage with people and how will you make a workforce wherein everybody feels connected and everybody feels like coming to office like you are going to your home. Like, every Friday, you should look up to join probably your office on Monday. You should feel happy joining your organization. And I took it very seriously because most of my mentors always taught me that it is always going to be the people who will actually make or break your business. And as most of the organizations I had been associated with, so they were very, very people-centric organizations. And mostly whenever I join also, I make it a point that, the organization culture should be nice. Now, how it gets created basically is through the people, through the leadership, through the management, of course. So when we talk about, yes, technology connects us very faster, that is true. We use WhatsApp, we use emails, we use ChatGPT and n number of other functions in the organizations also. But it is always, always going to be the human connection that connects us deeper. And that is very, very important. You connect very faster. So let's assume a very, very simple example, your birthday is coming. On your birthday, let's say, I mean, everybody is sitting here. I'll ask one simple question. On your birthday, if you receive a WhatsApp message, happy birthday, and you receive a call from your friend or probably that messenger that, happy birthday, so and so forth, what is going to create more impact? Phone, right? So my friends, when they message happy birthday, I don't feel very happy about it. I say, okay, you don't have enough, maybe 1 or 2 minutes to call me and give me your birthday wishes. So these are very, very small things. So our duty, everybody's duty actually is to make it a compatible, a very, very friendly culture wherein we don't fuss more about technology removing humans or probably taking their place. We all go side and side. And when we talk, let's say I, talk about some of the HR functions in the workplace also. So earlier it used to be, let's say, how we design is very important. How we design that thing inclusively, very inclusively with heart is important. Let's say if I talk about rewards and recognitions. So earlier it used to be, you know, a person coming down to your office and then receiving the awards and we celebrating and we sing a song about it and all. Now, obviously, technology has enabled wherein, let's say, if the person is not there in the area also, you can wish the person, you can give reward to the person, you can send a hi-fi on the web portal as well. There are a lot of web portals which allows that. So that way, nothing gets missed out. In that aspect, technology is definitely helping. But yes, obviously, it is always nice when a human touch is being given to anything, any celebration that you do, including anybody in the workplace also. There are a lot of, I was just reading about it, there are a lot of companies which works completely in the work from home model. And how they handle these situations are, so let's say if a new joiner joins, over here in organizations, a new joiner always gets a welcome card, a welcome kit, and a hello from everybody, and a tour to the office, and etc. Now I was reading, it was actually very interesting actually. And one company, it works completely in work from home model. And how they enable this onboarding module is through technology. Now how they do it is, they create a kind of onboarding playlist for the new joiner, and then they send it to the person. So once the person sees it, and probably a team message and a team, let's say welcome song or something, which gets sent to the person. On day one, he sees all of that. He gets an onboarding playlist, a welcome message, a recorded message from everybody, and he feels elated. Why? Because obviously technology got used here, but there was a human touch given to it. So end of the day, obviously technology will be there as an enabler, and it is going to be there. But I can say that it can actually flag disengagements. There could be n number of analytics which could come around any of the technology or that you use, any of the employee engagements and so on and so forth. But it is always going to be the manager who listens. It is always going to be your peers who will cheer for you if anything good or bad happens, or they will always be there to support you. And a leader who will always make those moments count. I think that is what matters. And we should be very thoughtful about it. It is not something which will erode the entire humanity. It is helping us throughout. Since it started, it has been helping us. And as sir was mentioning about the calculator, I could relate to it because now most of the people would not know how the division happens, probably. And we'll always look for a calculator. But aren't we using it right now? Yes, we are using it. Earlier, it used to be a simple calculator. Now we are using it on our phone. So my submission is it will remain here. But yes, of course, as the topic is very relevant to the current scenario, human connection will definitely matter. And it is something which we consciously and inclusively have to create as well. Thank you.
So ma'am is the only panelist who's representing the service industry. The other panelists are majorly from the manufacturing industry. Now at the heart of service lies human connections. So ma'am, how do you see this paradox?
Am I audible? So we are a tech product company, right? The technology is our product. So there is no way we can escape technology, right? Technology has been here forever, and it's here to stay. Gen AI, what we thought would happen 2 years down the line, is 2 days down the line, perhaps, right? So our take is, how do we leverage technology to deepen human connection rather than trying to fight with it and say one wins, right? I'll give you an example. So what we realized is that we all know, right, when we open our Instagram pages, everyone sees a different reel because they have understood the pulse that until you do not personalize the content for what you intend to see, you are not going to come back to the app, right? Human resources in an organization is also doing the same. There is no one single cap that fits all now, right? So what we have also realized is, how do we leverage technology to personalize and understand what people want and offer it to them? To give you an example, we have a tool called Amber, okay? Now that's an autonomous chatbot that reaches out to our employees on regular intervals and anonymously gathers feedback about what they feel, So it's an instrument for us for social listening, right? Only when we listen to it, leverage that technology, it's an AI chatbot, it's a conversationalist, is when we understand what people want. And anything that we offer to them, be it learning, engagement, etc., is everything sort of rolls back to what people are saying. So for us, it is more about leveraging and finding the right technology to understand what people want and personalize the outcome back to the employees, right? Till about last year, I lead campus for technology, okay? And till about last year, we used to go to 8, 10 colleges and onboard about 50 odd fantastic folks. This year, we thought, why not leverage technology to reach out to every campus across the country? Now, if I was to talk about 5 years back, perhaps I would not have been able to even offer this opportunity to many, right? I would have offered it to a few. But what technology has done is a lot of tools which do a lot of proctoring, and I'm sure you guys are more aware of it because you're using it, has enabled us to reach out to 3,000 pin codes across the country, and some 23,000 people applied for it. So I'm saying it's not just the human connection, I'm assuming reach to those folks as well, perhaps not in the similar way as it did earlier. But I think it's about efficiency and authenticity, like ma'am you said, and efficiency, leveraging technology, and of course, authenticity cannot be questioned, but only humans can offer. So I think it's this combination that really works for us as an organization and me personally.
Thank you for the insights, ma'am. So, having established amongst the discussion that the human connections are going to be the center focus for all the functions to thrive, I would like to ask each one of you that in your industry context, what risk do you see if human connections is neglected in favor of digital efficiency? Especially coming from the area which is, more about robotics and manufacturing industry where robots and AI has taken space. So coexist, of course. So what risk do you see that if human connections are neglected in your specific context, industry context, what challenges can that create for the managers?
See, let me give a perspective. See, everything is changing very, very fast. The workplace, the workers or people, all are changing very, very fast. And post-pandemic, we see a rapid change in that. So what is happening, as you are talking about, see, we cannot disconnect human. What is happening is that the way we are managing people, the way we are developing, competencies in people, these have to be managed. You have to live as per the age. You have to live in the times which is happening. You cannot have technology which is, of future and you behave 20 years back. You have to go parallelly. So what is happening is that we cannot ignore, and if we ignore, it will be at our peril. So it is in the corporate, the challenge is that how you develop people who are able to manage these challenges, because business model will keep changing, the whole buying behavior will change, there will be new technology which will be disrupting the whole thing. Like for example, when computer came, the typewriter was out. Similarly, when this Netflix came, nobody is going to the theaters. So business model will keep changing. How do you keep your people, agile, so that whatever is the disruption or technology which is coming, they are able to adapt to that change. So even Darwin talked about his theory, So if you are not able to adapt, you will perish. So that adaptability is the beauty of human being, which has survived for millions of years. We have seen so many ages, but humans have survived. Human will survive the technology tsunami also. And it is going to keep on coming. You will see many, many things. I don't know, these days I am seeing on social media, people have recreated their past or their gentlemen who is standing with his father and talking to him. His father passed away 20 years ago. So I was amazed to see that and what's happening actually. So technology is driving crazy actually. But in the organization, it has to be simulated. It has to be controlled. It has to be balanced, and people and technology will have to coexist, as I was saying. And we cannot ignore people. So we have to balance, let me tell you, and it is in the medical science, it is in the area of, academics, or if you look at, even media, for example. I mean, tomorrow maybe the, people who are doing creative writings are not required because you have generative AI which can do that. You don't need editors. You don't need designer because ChatGPT or any such tool can create those things for you within seconds. But how do you balance it out? Because human creativity you cannot change. But yes, there will be some job which will be at threat. But what I say is that, like people say AI will take your job or robotics will take your job, it doesn't happen. Even when computer came, the banks went on a strike that they will eat our job. But what has happened since 85? Banks have grown. AI is a threat for people who don't know AI. Right? People will lose job who don't know AI, but people who are able to use AI will survive. So the human part and the technology will have to go together. It cannot be separated, let me tell you. The moment you separate, there is a chaos. That's what comes to my mind. Yes, Viren, you can add.
So, sir, in a robotics and automation-driven industry, how do you think HR, especially the HR people, can leverage technology to reduce isolation and strengthen the sense of belongingness amongst the people?
Yeah, I just wanted to add to the previous question and then pick the question that you had. See, the question of catch-up will always remain. And that catch-up is happening because there's a need in the society, there's a need to progress, and therefore you're building technology to address that need. So there are two kinds of spaces in which the catch-up is happening. The sector which is creating the technology is trying to ensure that it is always solving the next set of challenges and problems, and they are kind of creating the technology for followers to follow. And you have the second set, wherein those companies which are at a mature stage and they are trying to adopt. In such organization, you have a question of catch-up with respect to adopting the automation so that you can make things more efficient, effective, and that leads to the problem of a set of people who would find themselves in a state of insecurity, fear, and that is a space wherein both business leaders and human resources have to come in and ensure that that insecurity and anxiety gets addressed. And that can only be addressed if the individual himself or herself is trying to ensure that it is catching up with the needs of the automation and tech that is getting created. And if that effort is not being done and made by that individual, there's a risk of obsolescence, which will be there at the individual level and at a large group level, which is a reality that we have to face and we have to accept. And that is true even for students who are graduating today and would be part of new age economy and new age sectors. Now, a question around robotics and how is HR responding. So clearly, if you are in a robotics and deep tech company in India, we are fair distance away from, let's say, China and US in terms of our ability to be fastly responding to the state and space in which tech is evolving. Okay, the infrastructure that exists in our country is something that is doing a catch-up with China. We work closely with campuses like Stanford and CMU in partnership in trying to bring the best that is there globally to India. At the same time, we work very closely with institutions in India at IIT or IIT Jodhpur, so that we are creating an infrastructure system so that we hire some of the best minds which are there in India and are mentored by some of the best minds which are available globally. We are creating that network of talent and education so that those people become part of the sector and space in which you are creating a new technology. So in companies like deep tech and robotics, you have to hire PhD graduates, because a doctorate is someone who creates new knowledge and technology. So that's one area wherein any new age HR professional is facing a challenge, and that's one space that we have to deal with. The second really is the catch-up piece that we talked about. For us, the competition is really China and US. How do you build the tech stack that is competing with some of the best globally and is competitive at a pricing level, so that when Indian consumers is asking for the technology, you are offering that price and ensuring that the reliability is there in the technology that you are creating. And therefore, the question for HR and folks in business is, how do you ensure that you are creating right technology with the people that are working with you? And there's a continuously learning exposure, continuously training exposure, continuously hiring some of the best so that they deliver the best. So that's where I would end with that. The effort is really putting your best forward out so that you have the best people, best talent who are creating the best tech. And that remains a challenge in this space.
So very well said, sir. That is always going to be a challenge to, blend or create a right, balance, strike a balance between the human and the technology that we are having, especially with this rapid digitalization and rapid influx of the technologies and changing algorithms that we are getting influxed with. So that is a paradox that the HR has to deal with. So, ma'am, what would be your take on what risk do you see if human connections are neglected in favor of the digital efficiency?
See, there are a lot of research which shows that in organizations where there is very less of human connection, possibly, the very first thing which comes to my mind is human connection. If it is not there, then it leads to a lot of disengagement within the team. And you will see a lot of disengaged employees in the organization also. And with disengaged employees, you will not be able to achieve what you are looking for. So, engaged employees, they don't just clock into the office. They come to you, those who are engaged, they come to your office with a very, very shared purpose, which has been there. And then they deliver. Now, if we actually work little on the human connection side and we feel that, without this also it could work, no, it will not work. It has to work together. And if you want to achieve higher results and if you want to see a lot of engagement in the team, less of attrition, which remains a challenge in most of the companies, actually, that is something which is important, as I feel. So human connection, yes, it is important. But at the same time, you work towards the technology piece also so that you are not outdated as well. How you have to upgrade is the priority. You have to update your skills, you have to upgrade yourself as to what is happening right now. A few years back when ChatGPT and these AIs were created, in one of the meeting, one person, the creative person, he was very worried and he was asking that, now everything can be created through ChatGPT. The images can also be created through ChatGPT. And what do we do? There are a lot of agencies which are getting worried about it. And one of the person from the leadership team actually addressed that, and he said that, maybe it can be created, but it also needs a backup to create that image possibility. It needs certain descriptions also which a human can only give to create that image. AI cannot create anything on its own. You need to guide the application so that the relevant results comes out. So it is always going to be the human who will be at the back of the center, who will be working towards it, and hence it is our duty how intelligent we are to upgrade ourselves and update ourselves, how emotionally intelligent we are as an organization or as people to see what is impacting our people as well, what is impacting our business as well. So that is my submission. Thanks.
So ma'am, like you said, technology is the core product that you're dealing with, and hence you cannot part ways and you cannot shut your eyes to that changing scenario. But given the scenario that now we have chatbots and there are automation in terms of the customer service that we experience, the IVRs have been beautifully captured by the robotics also. So where do you see the risk? Because the human connection is getting diluted and there's more and more influx of technology in the industry.
I think two parts to it as I see it. It's really easy with all this Gen AI and AI happening to be disillusioned with where you stand, right? And I think that's where the human connection sort of is important to currently bring you back on track from that disillusion that technology or Gen AI might or might not create, right? And I think second part, HR is also about, especially talent, is about supply and demand. And if I talk about high potential people, there is always a supply demand graph that would, of course, ensure how the ecosystem is behaving. And if you want to retain your top talent, where you have really invested in their AI learnings, etc., they are not going to stay back only because of technology. They are always going to stay back. And like she rightly mentioned, they're always going to come to office for human connections. So I think while we also invest heavily on their AI and learning, it is the human connection that makes them perhaps retain and be more engaged. So like I said, it is using technology to deepen this human connection is why I see it. And I think that's where the risk gets mitigated if you try and sort of bring them both together.
So would you like say something on that? Yeah. All right. So now I'm gonna pose a separate question to each one of you, which are more specific to your industry, because we want students to have a wholesome perspective. Since you all are representing different industry areas, we want them to have a different perspective as to how, being the HR representatives, what challenges and what initiatives your companies are doing to cater to this, or ensuring that there remains, human connection in the workspaces and it is not, dominated by the technology. So to serve in an R&D driven setup where innovation thrives on collaboration, what meaningful interpersonal connections and how, what strategies and what practices your company is doing to ensure that the meaningful interpersonal connections remain, wherein in the times when the technology is mediating most of the interactions?
Yeah, that's right. So let me tell you, for these kind of industries, and what we are specifically doing is that, see, what is important for us as a human resource specialist is that we have to develop capabilities or competencies in our people to manage these kind of disruption, or these kind of business model change or buying behaviors, or all kind of things happening suddenly. You have geopolitics and things like that, where Trump is putting tariff, and how disruption is going to actually shake the whole industry. Now you need people to be developed in such a way that apart from their technical or their knowledge or their competencies development, the behavioral competencies is very important. What kind of people you need? So when we go to campuses also, and when we hire people, we look for people with those kind of competencies or their learnability, so that they can fit into our culture and we can build such kind of things. So there are 4, 5, apart from the basket of competencies that we have been developing people on, there are 4, 5 newer competencies where we are focusing very heavily and to develop our people on. The first and foremost is resilience and empathy. We want people to have more perseverance, more resilience. See, anything can get disrupted tomorrow. You can imagine the pharma industry today. Like with 100% tariff, let me tell you, what is going to happen is that many of them, if it is not taken care of, may perish. You can imagine, you need people who have perseverance, resilience, to think of alternative business, because they are heavily dependent on US. So, as I said, resilience and empathy, which is basically developing perseverance and endurance. The second thing is that in this world now, from the last couple of years, nothing is going to be linear. Nothing is going to be linear. We are all trained from childhood ki you do this, after this, after this, and this is how life is going to happen. Let me tell you honestly, everything is going to be non-linear. You don't know what is going to happen tomorrow. So you have to develop that dexterity in people where they develop non-linear thinking. If they have this kind of thinking, then they are ready for tomorrow. Technology can do anything. Let me tell you, it will simply pull the carpet below you and you are gone. And that is where the role of top management, HR comes into play, where you develop people who have non-linear thinking. Third, the world has become virtual. It is digital. Only in factories and all we see people working together. There is teamwork, there is camaraderie and all those. Today, and we have been developing managers or leaders who manage team. They become good leader, better leader. Their leadership abilities. On leadership, millions of dollars are spent over the world. But today we have to teach leadership, which is called connected leadership. How you empower your team, how you make them effective, how you are having a productive team which is not in front of you. They are in network, but you are still a leader. You can be a good captain when you are actually, in a football team and you are energizing your team and they are running behind you. But you are a captain in an industry which is virtual or hybrid. And you don't know where your team is and what he is doing. But yet you have to make them productive. You have to empower them. You have to engage them. You have to ensure attrition doesn't happen. And you people also must be suffering from moonlighting, right? So these are all challenges. So that is third one. Fourth, which is very important in this time, and time will remain like this, you have to develop frugal mindset. What I mean by frugal mindset is how your people can work under constraint, how your people can do more with less. Let me tell you, you go to any industry, people will say, give me resource, I'll deliver. Give me manpower, give me money, give me fund, give me this, give me that, and I'll perform. That is not the beauty. Beauty is that how you perform in under constraint, how you do more with less. We need this kind of mindset. And this is where we are focusing and developing our people, that they have to develop and work under constraint, and they will be the better performer. In fact, one of the best things which has happened in adversity only. When there is a prosperity, nothing much is going to happen, let me tell you. And the last two thing which is also very, very important is what you have heard about cognitive behaviors. Now we talk about cognitive flexibility. Cognitive flexibility is that you have to let go of the past belief. What got you here will not take you there. You have to keep on innovating all the time and adapt effectively. So what you need is people's agility. Today we need to focus on agility. We have to develop mindset and people who can actually adapt as quickly as possible in the changing scenario. Like Trump has given this tariff thing, how companies are evolving and adapting to this change scenario so that they survive. So that is what is required. And the last, which is also very important, is called pragmatic orientation. Let me tell you what I mean by this is what you need today is speed. How you act fast and iterate faster. Everything is about speed. The cycle time, the turnaround time. You just cannot sit. Today, earlier, it took 100 years for so many innovation. Today, innovation is happening every day. So you need mindset where people can iterate faster. They can act faster, and how they can be resourceful. So you need such kind of people, and then they can easily manage the technology disruption, the digital disruption, the tsunami of data, or whatever you may call it. They can very seamlessly glide in this scenario. And this is what we are focusing on, because the whole game is changing, let me tell you. And we have to be ready for the new game. So that's what I tell you. Thank you very much.
Wonderful, sir. Very, very well shared. And I think the fact that you said that all the greatest of innovations have happened in the time of adversity is something that has caught my attention. I'll take just a moment to welcome our esteemed chairman, Mr. Anil Shastri, and Ma'am Manju Shastri. Thank you, sir and ma'am, for joining us. It is always a pleasure, and your presence always adds to the aura and energy of the entire conference and every event. Thank you.
We are delighted to have the esteemed presence of our beloved chairman, Shri Anil Shastri ji, and Mrs. Manju Shastri ji with us today. Shri Anil Shastri hails from a lineage of exemplary leadership as the son of late Shri Lal Bahadur Shastri Ji, the second Prime Minister of India. Shri Anil Shastri graduated in economics from St. Stephen's College, University of Delhi, and did an advanced management program from Ashridge Management College, UK, and a general management program from the Administrative Staff College of India, Hyderabad. Sir currently serves as the chairman of Board of Governors at Lal Bahadur Shastri Institute of Technology and Management, Indore, and Lal Bahadur Shastri Institute of Management, Delhi. Sir is also an active member of the Indian National Congress. Thank you, sir, for your gracious presence. Now I request Dr. Sheila Bhargav to welcome Shri Anil Shastri Ji with the token of our gratitude. Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to request Dr. Darshana Banker to welcome Mrs. Manju Shastri Ji with a token of our appreciation. We can now resume the panel discussion.
Thank you so much. So coming to you, Mr. Viren, sir. So given your industry, how do you see the balance between high tech and high touch is evolving in the workplace? And what are the specific industry-related initiatives your company is doing to ensure that there remains a balance between high tech and high touch?
Thank you. So I represent an industry which is in a growth stage, startup, as we can call it. And high tech and high touch is going to coexist. And one of the things that we are noticing, especially in our kind of setup, is if you're a CXO, you're wearing 3 hats. You're the Chief Assurance Officer, you're the Chief Communication Officer, and you're the Chief Productivity Officer. Assurance, because you're living in a Bani world, you need to address the anxieties that are there with respect to how things are going to be. You're creating new technologies where answers are not known. Communication, because lots get lost when people don't understand the intent with which you're trying to build or do something. So when you're communicating, is the intent of business, is the intent of why customer wants something getting conveyed and understood, or is it getting lost in the language of productivity and efficiency? So that intent communication as to why we do is something that needs to be communicated. And the third piece is around how do you build the organization in such a manner that it enables productivity and efficiency and not let the processes and the bureaucracy and the charm of technology take away the fun of creating and doing something beautiful. So these are the 3 legs on which we are trying to ensure that the leaders and the culture is getting built. Most importantly, like I had earlier mentioned, that for you to do anything, you need the right people. And when you are in a new tech, new age industry, you need some of the best mind, but it's important that they have passion about the industry that they want to be part in. So if they're passionate about robotics, if they're passionate about innovation, these are the young minds that we make an attempt, a rigorous attempt, of finding and giving them a career with us. So that passion should meet the purpose, and then create something beautiful as you grow and work together. So that's the direction in which we are working, and hoping that as we grow, people will find the workplace meaningful and create something that will make our country proud.
So I think that is a key takeaway. So passionate employees are the ones which their company and especially most of the recruiters are looking forward to. Moving on, ma'am, in a global organization like Pladis, where cross-border collaborations is vital, how can HR ensure that human connections across diverse geographies and backgrounds, despite heavy reliance on digital communication, prevails?
So thank you, ma'am, for the question. See, if I talk about global organization or a local organization, every organization works in the same pattern, same way. In any of the organization today, you will not see everybody sitting in the same office. So we have office let's say if I talk about Indian organizations also, they have, or a startup also, they have offices in different cities. So the concept is pretty much the same. And obviously when we look for most of the developmental areas of each of the people that we are working with us right now, including the very much leadership team, we always talk about everybody has heard about IQ, EQ. There is one more terminology which has evolved very recently, that is basically nurturing quotient. Now that is something which we always talk about, and we actually try to pass it on to our team members as well. How much you nurture yourself and how much you nurture others. And what are the ways that you are adapting to do that as well. You do it globally, you do it locally, actually it doesn't matter. As long as everybody is connected and everybody comes in sync. We all are sitting here. Is it relevant, or everybody is here for a purpose, or everybody is in sync is important? I think everybody is in sync is pretty much important than being present just in the room. So that is the motto, and that is the value that we have created over here. And as Sir was also mentioning about the agility, I do agree with that, because agility and resilient attitude is something which when we do any hiring as well, we always look for that attitude. Obviously, functional and behavioral competencies remains very important. But at the same time, we look for this, and I personally look for compassion in the person as well, how compassionate you are. It is not only the HR team which needs to be compassionate. They are not the torch bearers of the entire culture of the organization. It has to come from each and every person. Of course, for HR, it is of prime importance, but for others also, because end of the day, maybe next year, you all will be leading, or you all will be joining somewhere as a manager or so on and so forth, and you will be climbing up the ladder as well. Now, how do you manage your team, and how much of compassion you have towards your team is also which is going to create the entire culture piece. And how you come up as a person is something which would be there. Every moments that gets created with each of the, let's say, initiatives or interventions that you do as a person is something which matters. As an organization, we work on multiple policies, and we try from our side, and that is something which the global team also works upon. We try and create more inclusive policies. Let's say we talk about maybe life transition policy or anything. I mean, these are some of the examples only. We try and see what are the things which are relevant for our people and work on that. There are a lot of things which might be there in the industry but are not relevant for our people. So we look for those kind of centricities so that it becomes a people-centric policy as well. So that is how we generally work. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I think the major takeaway that I could take from your deliberation was about the nurturing quotient. That was really something I'm sure would have added perspective to the audience here. Moving on, ma'am, like I have mentioned that you're the only one in the panel representing the service industry, an industry core to human experiences and human connections. What specific HR initiatives your company is taking to ensure that there remains a human connection in this technology-driven world?
Quite a lot, actually, right? So what we call ourselves, we are a 25-year-old startup. Like, people are like, what is that? Like, so we are a team of about 3,500 people who run a 10 billion valuation company, right? So for a company of that size, everybody in the entire company is extremely empowered, right? So while you would see someone going and signing up a very hefty co-pilot contract, at the same time, somebody in the organization would be working on a managerial effectiveness training. So what we try to do is, I think, two things. We invest heavily on listening what our people want. We don't try to give everything to everyone. There is a bouquet of policies. So we have created a bouquet of offerings from HR, and people are empowered to pick what they want to, right? So for example, very recently we realized that women employees were not traveling for business meetings because of certain constraints at home. So hearing this problem, we launched a policy called Traveling Toddler Policy, where now women employees can take their kids along and the company sponsors the tickets, etc. Right? So we are investing heavily on listening to what our people want. Second, personalizing the offerings to what works for them, right? Human connection for someone from North India would be very different from someone in the east, west, or south of the country. It would be very different from what a Gen Z defines it. So there is not one answer that we're trying to do. We are trying to empower managers to take decisions on the go and launch policies which are inclusive. And like I said, it's a bouquet of offerings that we make and people can choose and pick to ensure that the human connection doesn't go away in such a small bunch of folks.
So basically you re-emphasize what our esteemed panelists had also mentioned in the inaugural session, that diversity and inclusion is going to be the focus going further to ensure that the human connections remain intact at the workplace.
Absolutely.
So I'll take this last question with all our panelists, and I'm sure this would be at heart for you to receive because it's more for your key takeaway. So my panel, the question to the panel would be, what advice would you give to the young HR professionals entering the world, especially the Generation Z sitting in the audience, where digital intelligence is as important as the emotional intelligence? What is the key takeaway for them in this scenario?
See, I was talking about all these competencies that one should develop, but let me tell you honestly, the students who are going to enter into corporate, there are 3-4 things that they should ensure that they have in abundance for them to thrive in the organization. First is go to basics. Keep your first and foremost is keeping your communication right. And what I see that people entering into corporate world, they are not able to communicate. They are not able to connect. Communication, both written, verbal, has to be very, very good because your group discussion, your interviews, your everything, forget about digital and technology. If your basics are not right, you will not get selected. And your communication has to be very, very strong. So please, and it doesn't mean English. Communication is you are able to articulate, you are able to explain well. That is one. And that goes along with your body language, your energy level, your eye contact that you have to maintain, which is very important. Your confidence level, which is there, which is very, very important when you are entering into an organization, when you have to crack interviews actually, let me tell you. See, young generation is anyway tech savvy. So, you know, like Apple 17 has come, they will be even waiting for Apple 18 and 19. So they are tech savvy, nothing to worry about that. But keep your basics right, number one. Number two, what is required is your, openness to learning. What recruiters are looking at and what we also look at, that you are open to learn. No all attitude will not work. And what companies want people is those who are open to learn and seamlessly adapt the culture of the organization, which is very important, right? Because corporates are also spending tons of money and time on developing people. So as it is said, learning happens through 70-20-10 principle. So your actual corporate, campus to corporate will happen when you actually are on the job. You will learn 70% of the things to be on the job, but your learnability has to be there. That attitude of learning has to be there. And don't wait for everything for corporate or your college to do it. Do as many certification, as many learning as possible. Utilize your mobile for more knowledge rather than, WhatsApp chat and all those. That is not going to help. And what is also important is that the technology, the knowledge, the data which is happening these days, please utilize it effectively. If you are able to understand the positive and negative of it from right now, then it is going to help you in your corporate culture. And I can go on and on in terms of what we look at candidates when we are actually going to campus and which is actually helps them in cracking the interview. So these are few things: learnability, communication, openness, and how analytical you are, the analytical mindset. And then through BEI interview, behavioral event interview, we also try to gauge what kind of non-linear thinking you have, or you think everything is in steps. Doesn't happen like that. So for you people, you have to develop these kind of qualities, which is actually recruiters are looking at, and forget about technology. Technology will keep on coming and changing, so nothing to worry about that. Your organization will take care of that, but you have to be ready first. You have to wear that shoes. So that's all which comes to my mind. I can go on and on, but let others also add, please.
Sure. So, what would be your inputs to the Generation Z concerning their balancing digital intelligence with emotional intelligence?
Okay, so all of the students here are management graduates, right? Had they been engineering students, then my response would have been something
We have
else.
a mixed cohort.
Okay. No, but
some of them may be engineers.
See, the study of management is about dealing in width, and engineering is about dealing in depth. You acquire expertise and you go deep there. Management is about dealing in gray area. It's not a binary 0 to 1 journey. So your ability to understand how a business operating model works is the journey that commences once you have graduated. And how you create value continuously by continuously solving the problems of business is what will make you employable, not just for 1 year, 2 years, but continuously as you learn and grow, that employability will continue. The second thing that is extremely important in life is KKD. Any idea what is KKD? करके दिखाइए. सारी पढ़ाई एक तरफ. If you're not able to do what needs to be done in the right manner, then your value is lost. You're just a body count, you're just a employee number. You have to create value, you have to करके दिखाई, करके complete करो काम. If you're not closing, if you're not doing that for which you have been hired, then there is a problem. And last but not the least, I have often felt that we tend to get lost in trying to acquire too many things, but miss out on the core values for which we exist. So don't lose your common sense. For any problem, any situation that you are in, apply your common sense and think on the feet and apply common sense and do the job for which you have been hired or the purpose for which you want to build your life. As long as you're focusing on these three things continuously, you would be enjoying the journey that is going to lie ahead of you. Thank you.
Great. So KKD is the mantra you have to now follow on. Moving on, ma'am, what would your takeaway or your deliverables to them in terms of how can they balance human connections with technology and ensure that their strike remains a balance between digital intelligence and emotional intelligence?
See, if I talk about emotional intelligence, for each of the student, actually, you need to be self-aware. You need to know what are your strengths, what are your blind spots. Many students have got rejected, actually, in many interviews, wherein whenever any interviewer asks, what are your weaknesses or opportunity areas, they fail to answer that question. So that actually reflects that you come across as a very arrogant and very, that kind of person who does not know about yourself. I think self-awareness is very important to have. You need to know what are the areas wherein you need to work upon. If you give any answer which could be your blind spots, that can actually provide an edge during your interviews as well. Second would be, obviously, as my other panelists were also mentioning, is about the agility that you have, eagerness to learn, obviously, because any new job that you join, it is not that you would know everything. You need to learn. Every job, let's say I may have switched a couple of companies. In each of the companies, I had to learn the entire system. Maybe I know about these basic things, basic systems, processes and all, but I had to be adaptable to the systems, to the procedures and to the policies in each of the organization. So adaptability is obviously the key, self-awareness and agility. So I'll conclude with this. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So, ma'am, moving on, ma'am, what would your...
I think a lot has been covered, but curiosity, please do not let your curiosity die. Do not be afraid to ask questions. Question what is happening around you. Question how is Gen AI better than humans. Unless you do not ask these questions, you will never know where you stand, right? And I think future, right? Don't think 2 years down the line, 3 years down the line. Think ahead, right? Think of what can AI do today that you can do 10x better 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line, right? And for that, I think an immediate actionable, if anybody wants to pick up, is pick up ambitious projects. Pick up what you know you can't do. Fail fast, but pick it up and follow through, right? Like Sir said, KKD, right? But you have to start from somewhere and pick up a very, very ambitious project. This is a time when you can experiment and fail. And my suggestion would be to leverage this time very wisely and very smartly. That would.
Thank you, ma'am, for summing it up. So this brings us to the end of our panel discussion one. I'll quickly conclude the very relevant points that have been raised by our esteemed panelist. So I think every panelist here has emphasized on the Barney world that we are dealing with, which has become non-linear. So like Sir said, nothing is binary, 0 or 1. It's all non-linear, and that as recruiter, they're interested to see that the student who's coming in or the future managers who are coming in, how have they attuned their mind to or programmed their mind in a non-linear fashion to think about the problems and to come up with the solution. Inquisitive mindset, as ma'am mentioned rightly, is a key wherein technology is integrating in every aspect of our life. Having, besides EQ, a nurturing quotient, a very unique perspective that ma'am brought into the discussion. And the key competencies that Sir has mentioned today, I'm sure were key takeaways for all the students, and you will be greatly benefited by their expertise and their experience that they have shared here. Now, considering the paucity of time, I'll open the floor for question and answer, but we'll only be able to take one question from our students, giving them an opportunity to interact with the panel. Sure, sir. Students? We can have one question from the audience.
I'll give this opportunity for my students first, if they can go first, please.
Good afternoon to everyone, to the esteemed panelists. My name is Ayushri. I'm from the PGDM Financial Management batch. And thanks to everyone for such insightful inputs on building connections and the human aspect in the corporate world also. So my question is directed towards Ms. Manika Dhameja. So based on your life skill training background, what soft skills do you prioritize when building teams for agile and digital transformation projects for your organization?
One is like Sir spoke also about, are you able to communicate? And it doesn't mean English. Are you able to articulate your thoughts well, right? One is, of course, you need to structure your thoughts when you're answering a question, but how well are you able to articulate for the other person to understand? That's one. Second is the ability to ask the right questions at the right time. So when I am interviewing folks, I think one very important aspect is what is it that they want to know? And third is how committed they are, right? And that commitment can only be viewed from what they have achieved in the past. So these are the three things that I specifically look for when I meet people.
Okay, so adding on to what you said, so how do you design the interview process to like identify inspirational leaders instead of individual top contributors in your organization, especially in engineering and product teams that make
So we have there's technical skills and then there are soft skills, right? So there are defined competencies with a definition of what depth do we need in this particular individual, right? So for example, we have competencies defined to the depth, which also defined what a 3 on 5 means on competency A. to standardize the process. So on the technical competencies, there are competencies defined along with the definition of depth, etc. For the softer skills, we also go back to BEIs, which is behavioral event interviews, where we have case studies or we have situation-based questions, where you only give us the situation, of course, but how did you tackle those situations? And there are certain defined values on which we ask those BEI questions. So, for example, curiosity is a value for Make My Trip. So there are questions designed around BEI for curiosity from your resume and the individual that you speak with. Basis what level, what position, what role you're hiring for, the complexity of the BEI interviews changes, but that's the model we fall back on. Plus, I think there is always a room for agility in our interviews. We do not try and force fit people into a certain role. There is always a room whenever we walk into a conversation to figure out, what can this person do rather than is this person fit for this role. So I think that's the mindset we walk into an interview with 80% focus on frameworks and the knowledge that we have and 20% wiggle room for what can this person actually bring on the table. I hope that answers your question. Thanks, Ayushi.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi.
Sure, sir.
Good afternoon, panelists. It was pleasure listening to one and all here. Manika, thank you for coming back to the Institute.
I'm glad to be here.
And this time the role is reversed. I am trying to learn from you. Yesterday I was there into a conference listening to top shot, IEM directors. And there was a call on artificial intelligence, how the companies are incorporating. And a research from Gardner has got quoted there, a Stanford professor, pioneer into the work of AI, talking about minds have got, cognition they were talking about, mind has got converted, and he has defined 5 different minds. I'm naming them. Disciplined mind, synthesizing mind, creating mind. These 3 now, I'll be holding for 2 others. These 3 have been taken over by the kind of technologies that have been available today. The other 2 mindsets he has spoken about, respectful mind and ethical mind. My question first directed to Manika and then to Beren. How are you guys doing to handle these 2 kind of complexity going to come up in corporates in days ahead? Please.
Now, I think it is a relevant question in today's world, right? Because when I'll give you an example, right? Very recently, everybody's talking about Gen AI. We also thought, let's go and hire for Gen AI engineers. And this is like a slightly old narrative that I'm sharing. We were not sure what to do. We had no idea, right? So when you say there are 2-3 types of mindsets that people are in, the first instinct is always to go and say, let's hire people from first 2 mindsets. Because we don't know what we are hiring for, and perhaps they bring in the outside perspective. And I'll tell you, we struggled. We realized that, honestly, everybody is learning on the go, and if we fall back on hiring people with mindset 1, 2, and 3, we will end up what we already have. And that is where we realized, without, of course, knowing that these are mindsets. I'm sorry, I did not know about the theory. But then we fall back on what is it? What are the other things that we can look these people for, right? And that's when we thought, no, why not look for people who are in a growth mindset, who do not come from a fixed mindset and say, linear thinking. And how do we find these people? And the entire narrative of how we were looking to hire changed. And we brought in some extremely awesome, fresh perspective people who might not be subject matter experts, but were awesome with mindset 4 and 5, perhaps, right? So I think it works in real life very much, and I think the theories are a result from what we face every day. So no, I think completely aligned with what you are saying. And we also change our ways of working very completely. Overnight, we also had to shift our ways of working to incorporate the mindset shift that's happening in the industry. That's my take on this.
Well, interesting question though. The effort to make tech intelligent and where we have reached in terms of making technology intelligent is that from a time when information was available all around and we were using Google to do the search, to a time when the technology is intelligently processing it and creating answers to situations that could be hypothesized or it is really existing, is a stage that we have reached. And therefore, agentic AI and technology becoming a part of the working force that is available. That situation is where we are. And attempt to reach singularity is something that will continue to happen, and when that happens, we'll know what happens with respect to humanity. My take is that the spiritual quotient will still be something that we can hold on to. Emotional intelligence and the intellectual quotient would be something that technology would be able to replicate and create at a stage of singularity. But a spiritual quotient is something that still cannot be passed on, and that's where the humanity would be able to continue to progress and look at making the world a better place and civilization forward. So yes, we are at a stage when the technology today is creating, and it's no longer just a set of information that is available, but it's almost a part of the workforce that is out there and intelligently solving the task that we are giving it to them. It is hallucinating at the current stage, but it will do better in very shortly. And when that happens, a lot of people here will need to figure out what kind of work that they will choose for themselves. So yes, that will remain, and I have faith that we'll find ourselves using technology to make our life better, and that faith will remain.
Thank you, sir. I now hand over the proceedings to the masters of the ceremony.
Thank you all for your Thank you all for your thoughtful insights and enthusiastic participation in today's panel discussion on human connection in a technology-driven world. A heartfelt thanks to our distinguished panelists for sharing their invaluable expertise and forward-thinking ideas, and our moderator for steering the conversation. We hope this session has inspired you to find new ways to bridge the gap between our digital tools and our shared humanity, fostering genuine connections that are the key to build resilient and sustainable workplaces.
I may now invite Dr. Sheila Bhargav to present a memento to our esteemed panelist, Ms. Khushbu Jaiswal, as a token of our gratitude. Thank you, ma'am. We would now like to invite Dr. Seep Sethi to present the memento to our distinguished panelist, Mr. Biren Anshu, as a gesture of a profound thankfulness.
May I now invite Dr. Darshana Bankar to present a memento to our esteemed panelist, Mr. Musarrat Hussain, as a token of our gratitude. May I now invite Professor Vikas Guru to present a memento to our esteemed panelist, Ms. Manika Dhamija, as a gesture of our thankfulness.
Now I would request Dr. Darshana Bankar to propose a vote of thanks for this session.
very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'll not stand between you and lunch. I know you all are hungry, but I must say what I should say, right? So it's my privilege to extend the warm word of thanks on behalf of the Institute for today's insightful panel discussion on the theme Human Connections in a Technology-Driven World. First and foremost, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed panelists, Ms. Jaiswal, Mr. Anshu, Mr. Hussain, and Ms. Dhameja. Each one of you brought unique perspectives from your industries, ranging from global consumer goods, robotics, automobiles, and travel services. After hearing you, we sighed in a great relief. Why? Let me just reiterate some of the key takeaways, my key takeaways for your benefit. I remember Mr. Musarat, he said that tech will evolve, okay, and the life will go on. You actually need to develop frugal mindset. So this is what is the key takeaway that I took and you must take from his discussion. Mr. Anshu said, let's have faith in humanity and we are blessed with curiosity. Ms. Jaiswal said, it's a fuss that is being created around. It's only people who will make or break your business. So thank you so much for sharing these insights. Ms. Dhameja, she reminded us to leverage the technology in a greater ways than what we can imagine. And I remember she also talked about developing the curiosity, critical mindset. How many of us we be critical to Gen AI or Chat GPT? We don't argue back to Chat GPT. And that's what when she said, just argue back to Gen AI to get the best out of it. So thank you so much for sharing these insights. What truly stood out was the common message. While technology is transforming how we live and work, it is the human connection that continues to give meaning and purpose to these advances. We heard how organizations today are not just adopting technology, but also serving to create spaces where empathy, collaboration, and inclusion remain central. From discussions on employee well-being in highly automated settings to the use of AI and robotics balanced with trust and responsibility to the importance of personalized customer experiences in a digital-first world, our conversation today has highlighted the need for the balance. Technology may accelerate efficiency, but it is people who infuse creativity, care, and values into the progress. A special thanks to our moderator who steered the dialogue so thoughtfully, weaving together diverse insights into a coherent narrative. The depth of questions and the flow of conversation ensured that every voice on the panel was heard. As we leave today, I would also like to thank my students for their enthusiastic participation and patient listening. With all these words, once again, I would like to thank the panel, the moderator, to all the audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. We would like to offer a sincere thanks to all our panelists and our moderator for deeply enriching discussion. I request our guests to please stand up for a group photograph. I request our chairman, Mr. Anil Shastriji, and our director, Professor Praveen Gupta, to please come up on the stage. Okay. Mrs. Manju Shastri, ma'am, and Sheila Bhargav, ma'am, please come up on the stage. Now I request our director, Professor Praveen Gupta, to please address the gathering.
Krishna, sir बुला रहे हैं. So Dr. Darshana was mentioning she doesn't want to be between you and lunch, right? But I am taking the privilege of being the director. You see, it's a very happy occasion, though we are, witnessing the proceedings of HR Conference 2025. So there is a very special occasion also, let me just share with you. We have completed 30 years of our establishment, continued service. Last year, we proposed to Chairman Sir that we should have long service award for faculty. It was there in practice for, admin staff for quite long. So last year we introduced long service award, or you can say long service excellence award for the faculty. So some of the faculty qualified in the conditions that we laid down, and we acknowledged their continued service to the institute. So we also proposed that we should have the outstanding faculty award also. I was thinking in terms of this award for at least for 2 years. So there were different thoughts whether should we have it, or it may create a right environment where everybody feels motivated, or there will be some challenge. But when I studied and all, then I came to conclusion, yes, we should have. So this year I proposed, and very graciously sir agreed immediately that yes, we must have. And let me also share the selection process, though it is kept discreet to director's office and the registrar and chief administrative office. We followed very democratic and transparent method. We carried out a survey with outgoing students, 2023-25 batch. A large number of entries were received, and primarily we asked them to rate their faculty mentors, classroom teaching, and also the role played by the faculty in terms of shaping their career over 2 years. So the kind of response given by the outgoing batch was overwhelming, and I'm quite thankful to the outgoing batch as well as my team from admin. So let me announce the Outstanding Faculty Award. Dr. Nidhi Malhotra. Dr. Negi is there? No. So Nidhi is not well, so I request Dr. Mohit to receive award on her behalf. And I request Chairman and Mrs. Manju Shastri ji to come forward to give this award to Dr. Nidhi Malhotra. नहीं कोई फर्क नहीं, gender, we are gender neutral. Dr. Nidhi, as you must have interacted with her on various forums, she's also the proud alumnus of Lal Bahadur Shastri Institute of Management 2006-2008 batch. So wonderful contribution over the years, and she is with us for over 9 years. I cannot say now, thank you, Dr. Nidhi. Thank you, Dr. Mohit. And Faculty Excellence Award, any guess? Dr. Saman Shantpriya. wonderful colleague, and students have rated him very high. Let me share with you. And immense contributor, always in high energy zone, and whichever task apart from teaching, I think he carries with grace. Congratulations, congrats. Samanji, few words from your side.
Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable Chairman and Mrs. Manju Shastri, Director of the Institute, Dr. Praveen Gupta, my faculty colleagues, and my beloved students. Falling short into words because this is probably the first time the inception of the award, and being first on the rolls will always keep on motivating me, shaping me what I am and where I wanted to go. Thank you very much for honoring me on this special occasion. Thank you.
And another award, Faculty Excellence Award, Dr. Gaurav Joshi. Big round of applause for him. Gaurav? Better, sir.
Good afternoon, Chairman sir, Madam, Director sir, and I'm very privileged to have this award. And I'm not aware that this award is going to be, so I'm very thankful that management appreciate, and thank you everyone. Thank you very much. Thank you.
As far as award ceremony, that's all from my side, but we have the occasion. I'll request Chairman sir to share a few words.
Now I have also come into between. You understood, so let me not complete. Anyway, I'll just take 2 minutes, at the maximum 3 minutes. And let me tell you that it always gives me immense pleasure when I have to give awards like this. And let me assure all the awardees that I'm sure that you must be feeling proud, but you make me more proud than what you are. And that is primarily because I've been heading this institute for the last 30 years. And when an award like this is given, it shows how committed and dedicated our faculty and particular, and also the students, because whatever we have achieved until now in the last 30 years, for this the credit goes not only to the faculty or to the director or to the chairman of the board of governors, but to the students, the maximum contribution the students have given. And that's why, you know, we also some years ago decided to give away awards to our alumni who have reached high positions in the corporate world. And in fact, I remember in the month of February, when we were celebrating the Foundation Day, the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi was here, and he had high praise about this institute and particularly the students and the faculty. And at that time, it was decided that we'll give the award, the long-term service award, and the director at that time, when he came to me with the proposal, he said that, you know, we do it in the 30th year, that is 30 years. So I announce in front of the Lieutenant Governor that it is not going to be once and only after 30 years, it will be every year. So I do hope that every year such awards keep coming. I also feel very, very happy when I am signing checks and, incentives for the faculty who publish papers in the A category, A plus category. There are few, but I do expect more such publications to come because that raises the prestige of the institute, the academic prestige of the institute. And it is just not only show that makes the institute great. I mean, it is the academic prestige, academic work, academic contribution that we put in, which raises the level of the institute. With this, I would like to compliment all the awardees. Nidhi is not here, but I'm sure that she will be here in a week's time, and I will personally convey to her. I think congratulations for the good job done. And I know that it is a motivation for you, and at the same time, it is also a motivation for those faculty who have not got this year, because I've always believed that whenever any kind of an award or any such thing is done, it is always a motivation, more motivation for those who haven't got it, and that is how it should be. Thank you very much, and now I think there won't be anybody between you and the lunch now. So go ahead and have your lunch, enjoy yourself. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. We now invite all the guests and the dignitaries to kindly join for lunch. We request students to remain seated until the dignitaries have departed the auditorium. Our next panel discussion, titled Workforce Wellbeing and Human-Centric Culture, will begin after lunch in the auditorium. So the students are requested to come back in the auditorium by 2:45 p.m.
वो वाला दूसरा वाला दिया था आपको कहाँ है? नहीं नहीं, एक तो है दूसरा जो, अरे एक तो यहाँ रखा था मैंने, एक कहाँ है? अंदर है क्या?
वेरी नर्वस। नहीं नहीं,
क्या दी?
उल्टी आ जाएगी फिर।
वो बताया वो खिलाई।
नहीं
क्यों नहीं?
प्लीज यार।
अच्छा छो खिला दी क्यों? क्या दी?
नहीं।
बोलो उसको।
हेलो, आवाज़ सही आ रही है? नहीं। हेलो, आ तो रही है।
ऐसे चेक करते हैं।
और क्या भाई प्लीज। अब ले ले, अब आ गए तो।
गाइस खाना खा लो।
हम दोनों रेडी हो।
खाना खा लो, 3 बजे नहीं बोलना, तुम्हें यही खड़ा होना 2 घंटे।
यार कुछ थोड़ा 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 खा ले
यार मेरे को बहुत वो हो जाएगी।
सी मैं खुद नहीं चाहती कि मैं ज़्यादा खाऊं और एल्स मैं बहुत स्लीपी हो जाऊंगी।
बेटा आराम से छेड़ो मत ज्यादा।
सॉरी। दिखा
क्या?
जाओ जल्दी चलो।
पहले तू जा वहाँ पे, मुझे बता मेरी आवाज़ सही आ रही है? ओके।
लंच करना है, प्लीज 2 मिनट दे दे। मतलब कि उसमें डालना है मेरे को लिंक्डइन पे, तो उसके हिसाब से लियो। हंसा मत प्लीज। लंच।
बाहर जाके बाहर जाके
हाँ बेटा उठाओ जरा सामान। नहीं भाई, जल्दी बुला। हैं? पड़ गया? रात को खा लो, ठीक हो जाएगा। ज्यादा मत खाइयो, 2 गोली शाम को दे दूंगा तेरे को। बाकी सब ठीक हो जाएगी। नहीं, रात को खा के सो जाएगा, ठीक रहेगा। अरे जल्दी आ, जल्दी का टाइम नहीं है। ये मनीष ऊपर रखाइयो। अरे एक पन्नी और लेना, ब्लू वाली, ब्लू वाली पन्नी ले आओ, बड़ी वाली। पैन को हाथ मत लगाओ, जितने उठाने उठा लिया तुमने। आपने खाना खा लिया? अच्छा, वो कहाँ गए? नागर साहब कहाँ चले गए? तो तुम भी पीछे पहुंच जाओ कैमरा लेके। अरे वहां तो वैसे फैकल्टी कम है, आज आई नहीं आधे से ज्यादा। मनीष ने छुट्टी करवा दी सबकी। घर जाके खा लियो, ठीक है ना? आराम मिल जाएगा तेरे को बहुत जल्दी। ज्यादा फूल करके करते क्या है? ये अच्छे लग रहे हैं। सिंपल एंड स्वीट। हाँ, लगे तो बढ़िया लगता है। बहुत बढ़िया फूल है। ये कितने बजे साढ़े पाँच आना है? अभी क्या 3 बजे हैं? 3:15 4:15 पौने 5 खाली हो जाएंगे। और भाई टेरिस गार्डन किधर है? मैडम भी आ रखी है, सर भी आ रखे हैं। अरे कहीं जाएंगे आज? अरे वहाँ रुकने थोड़ा आ रहे हैं। फिर चले जाएंगे। कौन सा? ये इसने वाला साहब आएंगे तो तभी टेरिस गार्डन करना है। कुछ नहीं होता है, इतना इतना प्रेशर मत लो। जब करने का टाइम होता था तो कुछ दिखता भी नहीं मेरे को। वो तो खाली है क्या? वो तो खाली पड़ी है सारी। भरी है हुई है एक हाथ से वाले प्लांट। तू साले खाल पकड़ के ऐसा से मुंह में लगेगा नीचे। मार दे जल्दी मार दे। जल्दी खाल पकड़े मार दे। तेरी जगह और कोई होता। हमारे में डाली होगी जाने वाली। हमारे बड़ी में आएगा कभी? मैं आया हूँ पूछ के, ये टेबल लेबल सोफे मैं नहीं रखूँगा। कल रखवाएंगे कल। हाँ कल और आज भी आया हूँ। आज तो आए पिछले सर से पूछ। सर तारीख है। अरे बहस क्यों कर रहे हो यार थोड़ा। मैम अब आप यहाँ बैठेंगे अब सीट पे, और सीट पे आप बैठेंगे अब, ठीक है मैम? तो आपको आप यहाँ बैठेंगे, ठीक है मैम? आपके लिए लेपर है। नहीं, हाँ जी कॉलर माइक दे दूंगा मैम। आप उठना तो है नहीं मैम आपने? नहीं बैठना ही है मैम। हाँ तो मैं आप लड़की को बोल दूंगा, आपको लगा देंगे और आप यहीं रख लेना इसको। मैं बंद किया हुआ है मम्मी ऊपर से ना, अभी मैं करवा देता हूँ।
अरे वही झाड़ू का बीच का हिस्सा है बस। वो बीच का हिस्सा झाड़ू थोड़ा उनसे कहे तो उठाई लो तो नंग नंग पे बर्तनों से लगे। ये जो हाँ हाँ चलो भाई इसको लग जाओ। ऐसे हाथ से उठा नहीं इधर नहीं। ये मैक का वो लंबी सी लाइन नहीं है चौड़ी सी।
चेक चेक। हेलो हेलो, इतना डिस्टेंस ठीक है? हेलो, ठीक आ रही है? हेलो चेक चेक। चेक चेक चेक, ठीक है? तो ये यहाँ से तो बंद हो सकता है ना?
हेलो हेलो, आवाज़ आ रही है मेरी? क्लियर? दीदी क्लियर आवाज़ आ रही है? थैंक यू। गुड इवनिंग एवरीवन। गुड इवनिंग एवरीवन। हेलो ऑडी For decades, organizations have measured success through productivity. For decades, organizations have measured success through productivity, performance, and profits. But in today's dynamic world, the most progressive companies recognize that well-being is not an add-on. Good afternoon, ma'am. भाई और ऐसे पलटेंगे क्या हम सबके सामने?
हेलो
थोड़ा नॉइज कम मचाना बट
मचाना
मतलब नॉइज कम करना बट वैसे तो
हेलो 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 हेलो
हमें यहीं रहना है. Is not an add-on. It is the foundation of lasting success. A truly human-centric culture. A truly human-centric culture. A truly human-centric culture means a truly human-centric culture. A truly human-centric culture moves beyond surface-level initiatives, replacing short-term activities with long-term commitments such as yes ma'am. नहीं नहीं. Yes ma'am.
guys please call your friends and your classmates. You also please.
For decades, organizations have measured success. For decades, organizations have measured success through productivity and profits. But in today's dynamic world, as some companies recognize तो नहीं हटवाएंगे, पीछे वाले हट पाते हैं हमारी बहन जो, और आज तो है ना बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट। हमें नहीं, हाँ हमें नहीं करना चाहिए था, अब बताते हैं इनको नेक्स्ट टाइम। सबको नहीं सेव करवाया हमने ना। नेक्स्ट टाइम करते हैं इनका। है नहीं ये लोग अच्छे, मेरा है कि इनके साथ हम अच्छे से रहे, इनके साथ रहना चाहिए ऐसे वालों की तरह ही। कौन? अच्छा अभी बताते हैं। जाके फिर ऐसा ऐसे वालों से बोलो बात करें। बहन के लोग हैं। अबे भाई गुंजन चुप हो जा, माइक पे करिए भाई, मुझे गुस्सा मत दिलाओ, यहाँ पे थोड़ा सही नहीं है सीन। हमें यहाँ खड़े रहना है कि अंदर जाऊँ मैं, फिर आऊँ? भाई हमें यहाँ खड़े होना है कि आप थोड़ा इधर होके बोलेंगे? यार सॉरी check, check.
Except the technical team जो भी balcony में है, please come downstairs.
ठीक है।
वरुण तो नहीं है।
ए तुम नीचे आओ। ऐसे रहना है। ये मत करियो, यहाँ पे खड़े हो। चिपक जा। अबे चल।
Everybody, please maintain some decorum.
Which quadrant is that? Gunjan, which quadrant is that? कौन सा वाला? ये और ये. Third and fourth. अभी भी ले.
Everyone, please maintain silence.
कैसे करी हूँ मैंने? भाई.
Everyone, please maintain silence.
कौन सा quadrant है? Quadrant 4.
बुला लूं? हो गया. Last rows, please come forward. Last rows, please come forward. Nishi, Sakshi. People in the last row, please come and sit in front. Everyone, please settle down. We'll be starting in 2 minutes.
All the students who are standing, quickly have a seat. We are starting. The guests are in the VIP lounge and they can hear you. So please maintain some silence.
बंदा बोल रहा है ग्रुप कुछ एडिशन या सब्ट्रैक्शन कुछ हम ग्रुप पे लिखेंगे तो अपने मैनेज कर लेंगे यहाँ पे पेन और पेंसिल
नहीं उस पे लगा हुआ है बस एयरप्लेन मोड क्योंकि वैसे
तो वाईफाई चला था
पर अगर मेरे घर वालों का कॉल आए तो बच जाएगा मेरा फोन
अच्छा तो वाले हो जाएगा ना सॉरी ध्यान रखना मेरा
We will be starting the session in 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of Lal Bahadur Shastri Institute of Management, Delhi, I, Akshata Srivastav,
and I, Gunjan Kumari,
PGDM first year students, are honored to welcome you all to today's panel discussion. The theme for the panel discussion is workforce well-being and human-centric cultures.
For decades, organizations have measured success through productivity, performance, and profits. But in today's dynamic world, the most progressive companies recognize that well-being is not an add-on. It is the foundation of lasting success. A truly human-centric culture moves beyond surface-level initiatives, replacing short-term activities with long-term commitments, such as integrated mental health support and flexible work models. It is about weaving care, flexibility, inclusivity, and trust into everyday work life, ensuring that employees feel valued not just as professionals, but as people.
Think about it. When employees feel supported with mental health care, flexible work arrangements, and genuine work-life balance, they don't just show up for their jobs, they bring their best selves forward. Research suggests organizations that prioritize employee well-being report higher engagement, lower attrition, and stronger business outcomes.
This session will explore how HR can play a transformational role in weaving well-being into the very fabric of workplace. Today's discussion will delve into building cultures of trust, embracing diversity, equity, and inclusion, and creating workplaces where employees are not just resources, but people who matter.
We are truly honored to have with us 5 eminent panelists for the session. The discussion in the session will be moderated by Dr. Darshana Banker, Faculty, Lal Bahadur Shastri Institute of Management. The eminent panelists are Mr. Narendra Lakra, Ms. Sangeeta Vaid, Ms. Preeti Negi, Mr. Lakshay Sabarwal, and Mrs. Sangeeta Ramrakhyani. Let us all warmly welcome and invite them to join us on stage.
It is my distinct honor to introduce Mr. Narendra Lakra, a seasoned HR leader with over 15 years of rich experience in manufacturing and corporate human resource management. Currently, Mr. Lakra serves as the head of HR at Pigeon India Private Limited, where he leads strategic HR initiatives to foster employee engagement, build inclusive workplace cultures, and drive organizational growth. Prior to this, Sir held the role of Senior HR Manager at Pigeon India Private Limited for more than 8 years, where Sir played a pivotal role in shaping HR policies, employee relations, and organizational development. Mr. Lakra also has experience in working as Assistant Manager HR at Minda Sai Limited, further strengthening his foundation in industrial and corporate HR practices. Academically, Sir has pursued diverse and specialized qualifications, including an MBA degree, a postgraduate diploma in labor laws, administrative laws, and human capital management. Additionally, Sir has earned a postgraduate diploma and a degree from London School of Business Management and Indian Institute of Human Rights, respectively. With his deep knowledge, diverse qualification, and extensive industry exposure, Mr. Lakra exemplifies what it means to be a human-centric HR leader. His journey stands as a testament to the transformative role HR can play in building organizations that value both performance and people. We are truly honored to have Sir with us today. I request everyone to join me in warmly welcoming Mr. Narendra Lakra. May I now request Ms. Chahat Kapoor, Vice President, Management Grid, to please welcome Mr. Narendra Lakra with a planter as a token of our gratitude. Thank you, sir.
We are privileged to welcome Ms. Sangeeta Ved, HR Business Partner at Siemens Energy, India. With over 25 years of distinguished experience, she has consistently demonstrated excellence in driving strategic human capital initiatives across both global FMCG and engineering sectors. Her professional expertise covers the full spectrum of HR leadership, including talent management, succession planning, organizational design, culture transformation, and merger and acquisition integration. Ms. Ved has successfully partnered with senior leadership to align people, culture, and business strategies, thereby positioning HR as a true business enabler. Ma'am has been instrumental in setting up HR operations for greenfield projects, leading high-impact organizational changes, and advancing diversity, equity, and inclusion within the workspace. As a certified executive coach, she has also contributed significantly to leadership development and mentoring. A respected leader and culture transformation catalyst, Ms. Ved brings her deep insights into building sustainable, future-ready organizations. We feel highly privileged to have ma'am with us today. Let us all extend a warm welcome for Ms. Sangeeta Ved. May I now request Ms. Anandita Srivastav, President, Management Grid, to please welcome Ms. Sangeeta Ved with a planter as a token of our gratitude. Thank you, ma'am.
We feel fortunate to introduce and welcome our esteemed guest, Ms. Preeti Negi, Vice President and Head, HR, CSR, and Communication at Unicharm India, and the Presiding Officer for POSH. With over 18 years of distinguished experience, Ms. Negi has been at the forefront of driving people and talent strategies, shaping high-performing teams, and strengthening HR business partnerships. Her expertise spans across total rewards, leadership enablement, succession planning, and employee brand communication. Alongside her HR leadership, she has championed impactful CSR initiatives focused on menstrual hygiene awareness and women empowerment in rural India, creating lasting change by spreading awareness, expanding access to resources, and enabling women to thrive. We are deeply honored to have ma'am with us today. May I request you all to warmly welcome Ms. Preeti Negi. May I now request Ms. Khushi Goyal, General Secretary, Management Grid, to please welcome Ms. Preeti Negi with a planter as a token of our gratitude.
With immense veneration, we welcome Mr. Lakshay Sabharwal, Senior Manager, Early Careers Talent Acquisition at Protiviti, India. With a strong background in HR and previous leadership roles at Genpact and BT Group, Sir has been instrumental in reshaping university engagements and campus recruitment strategies tailored to top-tier institutions. By leveraging his master's in computer applications, Mr. Sabharwal has successfully bridged the gap between technology and talent acquisition, introducing data-driven approaches that enhance candidate experiences and optimize hiring processes. Mr. Sabharwal's work goes far beyond traditional recruiting. He focuses on nurturing early career talent, aligning aspirations with organizational goals, and advancing the intersection of technology and human resources. With his commitment to innovation and business excellence, Sir ensures that the brightest minds find the right opportunities to grow and succeed. We are truly grateful for your presence with us today. I request everyone to join me in warmly welcoming Mr. Lakshay Sabharwal. May I now request Mr. Manik Agarwal, Treasurer, Management Grid, to please welcome Mr. Lakshay Sabharwal with a planter as a token of our gratitude.
We are privileged to welcome Mrs. Sangeeta Ramrakhiani, Director, Human Resources at Central Warehousing Corporation. With over 3 decades of rich experience in human resources, Mrs. Sangeeta Ramrakhiani has been a driving force in shaping people's strategies and organizational growth. A management graduate with an LLB, ma'am currently serves as Director, Human Resources at Central Warehousing Corporation, a Navratna CPSE. Before this, she held the role of Group General Manager at Container Corporation of India Limited, where she led several strategic initiatives, including policy formulation, industrial relations, and IT-enabled HR services. She has also served on the boards of Concourse joint ventures and subsidiaries, and contributed significantly to employee welfare through various trusts. Her global exposure includes specialized training in logistics at the port of Antwerp, Belgium, and in strategic HR at Singapore and Malaysia, which further enhanced her leadership outlook. With her vision and commitment to excellence, Mrs. Ramrakhiani continues to inspire innovation in human capital management. We are truly honored to have ma'am with us today. I request everyone to warmly welcome Mrs. Sangeeta Ramrakhiani. May I now request Mr. Nitin Kansal, General Secretary, Management Grid, to please welcome Mrs. Sangeeta Ramrakhiani with a planter as a token of our gratitude. Thank you, ma'am.
We would like to introduce our moderator for the session, Dr. Darshana Banker. Dr. Banker, a PhD in Organizational Behavior and Human Resource from IIT Delhi, is an academician and researcher with over 9 years of experience in higher education. Currently an assistant professor at Lal Bahadur Shastri Institute of Management, her work lies in the intersection of leadership, organizational behavior, and human resource management, where she integrates both qualitative and quantitative research approaches. She has contributed to global scholarly conversations through presentations at leading conferences such as the Academy of Management, United States, and the British Academy of Management, United Kingdom. Her research was supported with a scholarship by the Indian Council for Social Science Research in 2017, and she also received the Best Reviewer Award from the Academy of Management in 2024. As an educator, Dr. Banker champions contemporary pedagogies such as case-based learning and simulations to immerse students in real-world problem solving. Beyond the classroom, she bridges academia and practice by training industry professionals in HR analytics and the applications of generative AI in HR. Guided by her belief that education should shape character as much as credentials, she is committed to creating meaningful academic and professional experiences for both students and practitioners. Let us all together warmly welcome Dr. Darshana Banker. We would now like to hand over the proceedings of this session to the respected moderator of today's discussion.
Check, check. Am I audible? How's the Josh? I couldn't hear. I couldn't hear. Okay, let me be with that. So, yes. So this was a small exercise to, make sure that you're all awake. I had planned a small introductory speech wherein I thought I'll open up the theme word by word, but let me not do that because, due to the paucity of time, let me just kickstart. For the benefit of audience, I'll just apprise the audience about the rounds. So there are 3 rounds, unlike the other panel that we had in the earlier session. It was free-flowing, organic. But we have now structurized this panel wherein there'll be 3 rounds. So in the first round, we should give space to each of the panel members to share their views on what exactly human-centric cultures mean in their organization. The second round will deep dive to understand the role of leaders in creating such cultures. And in the third round, we'll talk about the impact of such cultures and what is the future outlook. So this is how we are going to roll the panel. Before taking much time, let me just kickstart the session. And my first question would be to Mr. Lakra. So sir, how do you define a human-centric culture in Pigeon India? And how does it look like in daily practice, not just in policies?
Yeah. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, it looks like the food is very good. I think so. Yeah. So in Pigeon India, we generally we had policies, human-centric policies, but to implement those, there are leaders who specially focused on that, and when we talk about Pigeon, so we have Pigeon Way. So we have the Pigeon Way. Pigeon Way is basically whatever we are doing in daily activities that is embodies with our heart and soul. And we have a corporate philosophy that is love. So that loves, maybe you are confusing. So the love is mother and child love. So whatever mother care for the baby, so that love we uphold into our daily working. And we have a credo, that is our fundamental belief. Only love can foster love. So this is what we are working on, and our purpose is we want the world more baby friendly, and through our new development where the uniqueness of the babies can be fulfilled. So this is the one thing which I want to share about the Pigeon. However, if we talk about the human-centric, our day starts with a very good thing, that is a physical activity, the 3-minute exercise, where every one of our employee, from a associate to MD, so we join in morning physical exercise, and where we give a boost ourselves since starting. And then later on the work started where the openness, one point I just put it over here. The company is basically, because as we are a Japanese company and we focus more of the openness, so any person from an associate to anyone, they can approach to any person directly and speak out whatever the issues or any concern or any gratitude they want to share. So that is we are dealing. And our MD and the factory head both are Japanese, and they are sitting in between us. So there is no cabin for them separately. So they are joining the same stage. They are, feeling the same pressure or this, kind of environment which we are feeling. So it's a very, very good human-centric. All the things which we are doing over here is related to human. And we obviously, every company so does, we create the atmosphere where the people can openly come up, they can enjoy, and it should not be feel like today I don't feel like to go to office. We create such an atmosphere where people, tend to come to the office, they come to office, they enjoy a lot, because there is a surprise element every day in our office. So whenever the person they are joining, so it could be any of the quiz or any of the speak, the person has to do. So it's a kind of, different kind of mindset among the people. So whenever they come, they'll think there is something new I'll be learning on everyday basis. And lastly, the openness, if I'll say one experience which I want to share over here regarding what happened actually to my colleague. There is one thing, the speak up desk. So there are certain things where the people couldn't speak out because of certain pressure from the seniors or the their supervisors. But there is a speak up desk in our company that is completely a secret one, so anybody can come, they can go over there, they can email to that, and anybody, any point of time they feel like that they are harassed. Power harassment is there, sexual harassment is there. So anybody feel like anybody is having any issue, so they directly put on that, there is a certain login and password given to each and every employees, so they can go up, and that things directly go to the MD. So there is no person in between. So it's a very open thing to everyone to focus on their work rather than other things. Yeah.
So, sir, I'm amazed to know that what I teach to my students, it's not actually only in books, it's actually there in the corporate. And let me just apprise my students. So students, I am not sure whether you'll be knowing this or not, but the most foundational value is trust. And from starting with trust, we actually all strive to build love. So the higher most value is love, and it was awesome to know the pigeon wave philosophy, which is there in pigeon, wherein you said that we focus on that bond and love. We also teach our students about the hotlines, wherein people can call on those numbers, and their anonymity will be kept completely, and they can actually share whatever their issues are. And this is one way we can actually create engagement and retention. So absolutely, I mean, it was, I was amazed to know that these are not just in books, they're being practiced. There's no particular order, so please don't mind me directly, moving to Ms. Negi. So my next question is to you. How are you integrating holistic well-being that includes physical, mental, financial, and social well-being into your organization strategy, rather than treating it as a standalone practice at UniCharm?
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. How are you feeling? Good? All right, so it's a privilege for me to be with all of you today and to see so many young, bright students. I think all of you are all set to venture in the corporate careers. And I'm so glad that we are having these discussions, right before you will be a part of the corporates. You will be the part of the team who will be shaping up these cultures. And I think if I talk about way back, 20 years back, when we were starting the career, I think the needs were still there, but the discussions were not there. So I'm so glad that we're discussing about it more and more now, and I really hope that we're able to have some meaningful discussions today and take back a lot of learnings. Me learning from all of you, and of course, everyone learning from each other. So coming back to Darshana ma'am's question, so well-being as a concept in UniCharm, if I talk about, so first of all, while Mr. Lakra was speaking, I could connect to a lot of things because we share a commonality. Both Pigeon and UniCharm are Japanese companies. And the UC way, Pigeon way, doing the exercise in the morning, it's a 3 minutes stretching exercise, which is called radio exercise or Rajyo Taiso, as we call it in Japanese. So these things are common, which takes care of physical well-being and, of course, uplifting the mood in the morning, because typically in the morning, everybody is a little bit, not so active and grumpy, right? And that's a fact. So just to charge people and get them ready for the day, these kind of things are, of course, there. But, we really believe that our company's success hinges completely on our people. And that is why well-being, human-centric cultures, taking care of people, it's not really a nice to have item in the HR strategy anymore. It has to be integrated in the core strategy of the company. It has to become the basis of the business. And that is why when we design, so we have this midterm management plan wherein we talk about what kind of company do we want to become 3 years from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now. So these kind of plannings are done at the management level. And there, as much seriously we talk about sales and profit and market share, with the same seriousness we talk about people. So we say that what do we want to look like as a company for the business, for the people, for the stakeholders, for the customers. So people are an integral part of the business strategy. And that is why, we have, so 3 things. We have something called as Kyosei Life Vision 2030, which defines our key goals as an organization for 2030. And then with a backcasting approach, we set that where are we right now, where are the gaps, and how do we get there to accomplish those goals. And people-related goals really hold a very, very high importance in that. So for example, what should be the satisfaction score? What should be the retention score? What should be, and then, diving deeper, not just the satisfaction score, but going 2 steps further and asking what are people looking forward to? And again, because, we are working with multi-generational, multi-dimensional workforce today, I have a 54 years old employee, and then I have an 18, 20, 21, 22 years old employee sitting at the next desk, following the same regulations, the same policies. So how do we make sure that both of them are feeling equally valued? Both of them have different aspirations. They are looking for different things. Their views from, the way they look at the workplace is very different. But how do we make sure as an organization that both of them are equally engaged, are equally empowered, and they're feeling connected to the company at the same time? So it's challenging, but we're working towards that. And then, coming to the second part of your question, which talks about how do we take care of balancing the physical, mental, emotional, social, all of these well-beings. So because well-being is not one-dimensional anymore. We have to take care of all the aspects. We have to make it more holistic. It's also about psychological safety. It's also about making feel safe at workplace. We have people working at the field. We have to be very empathetic towards them because, whether it's rain or it's sun or it's scorching heat, they have to go out in the market and work. So we may not be able to help with that, but how do we make their work life easy? What kind of tools, what kind of infrastructure, what kind of support we give to the sales team? At the same time, there are people in the factory. So they work on the machines, again, very demanding workplace, I would say. They are in the noise, in the heat the whole day. So how do we make sure that they actually feel less burdened? So, different kind of employee groups have different needs. At the same time, if I talk about age-wise, role-wise, gender-wise, people's needs are completely different from each other. So what we try to make sure is that it's not just one program for everyone, but it's customized. It actually addresses their needs. And then, it becomes a part of our daily behavior. It becomes a part of our culture. It becomes a part of, our working style. It becomes a habit eventually, so that we don't have to do it forcefully as a, like I said, good to have item, but it becomes our natural, inherent way of working. So that's the way we look at it.
Okay, so ma'am, I'll just take a few more seconds from you. Which one is the most challenging for you? Mental, physical, financial, or psychological? Which well-being is the most crucial and challenging for you to integrate?
Honestly, I think each have their own challenges, of course. But if I talk about Unicharm, and not just Unicharm, actually, I think I would say for the industry we are in, so Unicharm is a FMCG industry company. So whether it's FMCG or it's FMCD, and I would say that mental well-being is something that's been a challenge, primarily because of the nature of the job. So like I said, it's a very physical presence heavy job. So whether it's sales, now you cannot have a sales store visit without being present there. You know, you cannot run a machine without coming to the factory. And because of these reasons, the possibilities of remote working, work from home, flexible hours are very less. So as much as we would want people to work from anywhere they want and still be productive, we can't help when it comes to the sales, when it comes to the factory, right? So in that situation, what do we do for them to feel happy at work? Because they have to come to the work. And you know, that's a big challenge that we faced during the pandemic also. So while, and you know, this can create sometimes a feeling of biasness also, because the corporate staff can work from home, but the factory can't. So in that case, you have to address it very sensitively. And especially for mental well-being, another reason is the cultural stigma. So as much as people feel stressed or burnout, they still do not reach out for help. So for example, you know, we have tied up with this e-health consultation company, and this was way back. This has been running for last 6-7 years. But still the usage, particularly for psychiatry, psychologists, those kind of things, usage is there, but not as much as I think it should have been, because people still do not reach out for help. Now, anything to do with physical health is easy to monitor, easy to assess, but when it comes to mental well-being, I think it's very difficult to assess also.
Right.
So, and then, you know, there's fragmented workforce. I have somebody who's, you know, working on the machine on a very manual job, who's a packager, you know, a very, very, I would say, manual work to do. At the same time, there's somebody who's doing a very, you know, kind of a data scientist kind of role. So very diverse workforce at the same time. So mental well-being, their stress levels are very different. So there we, of course, have to look at the approach of not one size fits all. So I think that's been a bit of a challenging.
Right. Thank you so much. In fact, changing generation is imposing this challenge not only in one industry but across the industries. Maybe, you know, if we talk about IT industry, they have Zoom fatigue. There's a term coinaged as Zoom fatigue because COVID mein Zoom aaya tha. So they started that tech fatigue, they said Zoom fatigue. If you're in service industry, you have to make customer happy, so that is that's the stress. If you're in production and manufacturing, you are in that noisy and you know, dusty environment that makes you stressed out. So I think, yeah, mental well-being is the core challenge, not only in one, but I think every industry. Let me move quickly to Mr. Sabharwal. Sir, for you, I have a question. From consulting industry, you're coming. So share your thoughts. What unique challenges do you face as an HR leader in supporting employee well-being? And how are you addressing these challenges?
Majorly if I talk about consulting industry, it's a completely a client-based services role we have. So, you know, when you are working for a client-based workforce, somewhere down the line, you have a less workforce in the offices, and then major of the people are traveling across to the client location and maybe settled at the client location as well. So well-being, you know, it's a very important fact, and wherein we are corely industry is moving towards the well-being part as well, because when we see major of the people are facing, as we echo the same, that mental challenges are also, mental well-being is a major important for them. I'll give you an example about it, how we are working across our organization, wherein a real-time scenario-based example we have, you know, wherein one of our client, which was a highly paid client for us, and you know, we have a separate team called project management team, and I'm also a part of well-being committee out here, wherein we have a different people from the different business division, and then TA, then HR business partners across the organization. So that client was, you know, forcing people to work, and we have analyzed our data through our project management team that, you know, there was a time when people were working more than 60 hours a week. And which was about to burst, and wherein that was an alarming challenge for us. And then what we have done, we have insisted our client that we want our people for a one-day short break. We wanted for some internal transitions what we are going through, and then client agreed, and we called them and we stood with them, and you know, we made them comfortable, and then we got to know through our meetings that what challenges they are facing across. So wherein, you know, we have internally launched a program called Your Voice Matters, which is completely anonymous, because, you know, sometimes people afraid of raise their voices just because of their senior authorities, which is a very challenging situation for every individual. You might have seen that, right? So we have kept it anonymous, and we got one of the feedback. You know, the people were afraid of, because it's a highly paid client, and because of senior authorities who were the project lead and project managers out there. So when they are taking the break, clients were used to escalate to our senior authorities, and there was a pushback coming across. So then we being into a well-being committee, we have decided how to proceed further. Then we said, okay, you go back to your places. We'll come back and see one day. One day, I being a part of that committee, and the other business leader and project manager went to the same client location, and we said yes, hello, hi, and chit chat. And when we saw us people, and we literally witnessed wherein people were challenging out here. So then we sat with the other part of project, counterpart of project heads, that what the things around, because people feel so stressed. We make them understand the well-being of an individual as being, because we were in dilemma because it's a highly paid client for us. So, we came across with the strategy wherein we said that why there is a stress to force on work and, going beyond the working hours, etc., etc. So client was in a situation wherein his senior management was saying that, we have to wind up this work at the earliest stage. And that is the reason we are going beyond that. So then what we strategically proposed, because it was a highly paid client, and we said that if you want to, complete this task in a stipulated time period, then we have other people which will be highly chargeable for you.
Okay.
Right? And if you want to continue with these people at a low charge costed, right? And this is a stipulated time period. So you suggest with us, because that's our priority, that we should not make you suffer. Then client smiled and understood our question and said, I understood. I don't know what happened at their back end, and we had another meeting on the next day. And the client came back and said, let's do this in the stipulated time period. You give us the revised timelines and etc. Then we worked across with the project management team, and we given the new timelines with the break of an individual. They will not work for that. If you want to go and beyond working hours, this would be the extra payouts would be go beyond for that. So we mutually agreed, wherein we respected our client as well, and they liked our strategy. Even going forward, they have also offered us the other audits as well across the organization. So this is first important. I want to say that for a function perspective, this well-being is very important for us, because if you are taking care of your own people, this will be a tremendous change for your business success and growth across the organization. So I remember, because when I joined in here, we were at the workforce of 1,600 to 1,700 people 3 years back. And taking care of the people, we got certified for Great Place as well. And we are working on. We are still growing organization. We have created 3,000 plus people across India, and we are still growing. And looking at the other project and prospects as well. The majorly challenges we come across with the mental and the stress challenges come from the workload perspective. So what we generally do, we design the policies, we create a contract with the clients with our policies as well, that this is what we expect, as per our individual respect of an individual who is coming across, leaving their family to come across the, other locations of low tier 3 categories or somewhere down the line in the low remote areas. So we want our people to be stayed back on this. This is what I wanted to, give you an example about how we can treat our people, because if we treat our people good, and they'll definitely work you for the best. And from that, the resultant challenging was that, we have reduced the attrition rates at the earlier stage as well. And this is what we have achieved so far as of now. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Again, my theory of hotline got validated by your practice called Voice Matters. So it's really valuable. I'm going to give all these examples to my students in future. And it was amazing to know that you guys, negotiate with business clients' expectations, because it's very important. Saying that we care for our employees, but pressing them for deadlines, is one thing. It's a theory. But actually working for their mental well-being and actually negotiating with business partners for their well-being, it's actually exemplary. And this is what I want to submit and congratulate and, put it on record here. So moving further, my question is for Ms. Ved. How is Siemens Energy addressing the unique well-being challenges faced by a global workforce. So here the context is the global workforce spread across multiple geographies and time zones.
Thank you so much. How many of you know about Siemens? Just a quick pulse check with a quick raise of hands. So not even 50%. Okay. Okay. So Siemens Energy, that's an energy company, and with a complete chain of the energy, right from the generation to the production, not into the distribution. Okay. Siemens Energy, it's recently we got de-merged from Siemens Limited, a legacy of 175 years old association Siemens in India. And people who just raised your hand, you must have seen the Glassdoor view about Siemens, what Siemens is, what's the culture of Siemens. So coming to your question, Dr. Banker, that's how Siemens see across geographical locations to measure the well-being of the employees. Okay, when we talk of the employees, okay, our tools are uniform across the geographies. We say we use the standard tools, but when it comes to policy or when it comes to employee, the most important resource in the organization, it is more of a local driven.
Okay.
What are the local laws of land? So a lens view in India, and as my other panelists also mentioned, that what we are doing towards the employees. So you asked me about the wellness, so maybe I'll take two parts on wellness. Physical wellness, so where we have vanilla programs, tie with the hospitals and all those things. We have our company doctors, paramedics who are present in the office. Our sick leave is, that's on actuals, not any buffer, that because this is upper limit, it's on actuals. So these are some of the hygiene factors which we do. The policies are designed in a way where we focus on the employee wellness, and that's really very important. The other part, other than the physical, the mental wellness. So over there, again, the way my colleagues, they mentioned, my panelist member, that how these companies are doing, similar view is from the Siemens also. And when we talk of the India culture, we know that how important a resource employees for us, for all of us, for me, for my competition, all of us are doing a great job when we talk on the employee wellness. So some of the customized things which we have, like we have a tie-up with our external partners, employee welfare assistance program, Silver Oak. So Silver Oak, we are employee and any one of the family member, they can reach out to Silver Oak. So it's the hotline is given to them. They can reach out, have the consultancy in terms of they can have in-person meeting, a virtual call, telephonic call. It's free of cost. Company bears the entire cost with Silver Oak. To maintain the confidentiality, we don't take any report from Silver Oak. We don't take unless it's very alarming, where the question is of the life and life of a person. Then only Silver Oak raises a concern, otherwise not. Okay. But fortunately, this has not come so far. But we only take a data how many people have approached you. Okay. Of late, the number is increasing. Where people, the employee and the family members, they approach Silver Oak, they have the con calls, the telecalls, and they take the assistance, take their consultancy, and move on. So that is one way where, yes, there was a stigma to reach out on the mental wellness, but the shift is there in last few years, especially after the last pandemic, after COVID, the shift is there where people don't shy away in reaching to those things. And that's quite a successful thing. Then we do our anonymous surveys, as my other panelist member also said, in a different shape and size. We also do an anonymous survey. The survey is same across geographies.
Okay.
Same kind of survey, anonymous survey. And then there, one of the question is on the well-being. Okay. The way we have shift on the leadership styles, so which means we need to coach our managers, to sensitize our managers, how important is this part. So we have done some kind of sensitization program for the managers also. How important if your employee is showing these early signs? How to reach out to the employee? Because no one is equipped.
Right.
It's such a volatile world now, we say it's a Barney world. It's brittle, anxious, non-linear, ambiguous. So it's that world where processes are very fragile. Whatever we do for employees, it's a very fragile process because tomorrow something different will come. But how to have a regular connect? Other part, when we talk on the well-being, it's employee experience. Maybe some well-being which is working fine for me might not find work for my other colleague. So there we are coaching our managers how to have the right employee experience. Okay, so surveys are taken in a very lens view. What are the results coming when employees talk about the well-being things, the comments which they enter. Then we have a culture of speak up. It will not go against you. Speak up. But please come and tell those things. So there are different channels, and the thing is where we are educating the employee, use these platforms. It's for you only. Okay? So certain things where we say that on the physical side and as well as on the mental side also. And the same thing our policy also speaks. So if we talk of the well-being, our insurance policy and everything is designed in a manner, it's not a level link. We say, okay, colleagues, we are giving you this much of cap on the premium. If you want to enhance it, you pay a top-up. So as, again, my colleague said that we are dealing with different generations in office. 20 years, 58 years, 55 years. Looking into a company where we say, can we have the multiple policies? The answer is no, we cannot. But can we have the flexibility in the policies? Yes. Maybe a 55 years might increase that cover for the insurance. At 25 years might not increase the cover of them because something is going from your pocket also. So these are certain things when we say we walk the talk, where we also introduce our things in our policies. So this is what we believe and what we work on.
And your sick leave on actual basis is my take, because I'm hearing it for the first time, because there is a cap generally when you say sick leave or ML, so they say 8 or 10 or 12 or whatever, but there is a cap. So this is actually my take. I'll move to quickly Ms. Ramrakhani. Ma'am, could you share 2-3 initiatives, innovative practices that contribute to human-centric culture in CWC?
Yeah, sure. Good afternoon, everyone. And it's my pleasure to be here. Thank you very much, the Lal Bahadur Shastri Institute of Management, for giving me an opportunity to interact with the young people of our country who are the future of India. So with the ideals of Shastri ji, I think the studies are going on here and it's going to give a great result in terms of India getting talent from here. And the topic is quite relevant, the employee well-being. And the group is very interesting with private sector officials. I am listening to them, and now I am from public sector undertaking. So let me give you a brief introduction of my organization. It is called Central Warehousing Corporation. It was formed in the year 1957 under an act called Warehousing Corporation Act. And it was the time when our country got independence. And food security was the greatest challenge before our political leaders, because it was an agricultural dominated country, but the scientific warehousing was not there that time. So food was getting wasted in the absence of scientific warehousing. It was placed in open caps and these like pits and all. So our company, after its formation, constructed warehouses on pan-India basis. And today we have more than 700 warehouses. We are providing scientific warehousing to the farmers. 40% of our business is from agriculture and remaining is industrial goods preservation. It came later after our agriculture things got stabilized, and we give 30% rebate in our rates to the farmers for keeping the preservations here, and we are giving them continuous training as to how to maintain their crops, how should they cultivate to avoid the wastage of the crops. So this is how this corporation was formed and what is the purpose of this corporation. Another important thing I would like to touch upon here is you must have heard of Food Corporation of India, FCI. Anyone? Okay. So it was set up in the year 1964. And the primary responsibility of this corporation is to control and manage the public distribution system, PDS, where we give free ration to the people. And it may be a surprising thing for all of you that members of PDS are 80 crores of the population in our country, to whom FCI is giving the free ration. It includes rice, wheat, pulses, these things. And how we are helping them? By doing the preservation of food grains. And another authority called WDRA, Warehousing Development Regulatory Authority. This authority gives the certificate to each warehouse that this is meeting the standards. And once the crop is placed in the certified warehouse, the farmers are able to get the loan from the banks against the crops they are preserving there. So they are making themselves ready for the next crop with the money they are getting in terms of loan. So this is how public sector organizations are serving the country. Now coming to your point, I think things are more or less similar, as my other speakers have said that in the morning we come, we do exercise, we have got good gym, instructors are also there. Then 20-year-old person is working or 50-year-old person is working. So there comes the principle of equity. In a public sector undertaking, it's not just a simple employee is working, but we provide reservation to different sectors of the society to take care of their interest also. So one category is PWD. So we have to make our office accessible to these people. We have to give them some equipment which are helping them in discharging their duties. So these kind of things are also our social obligations. So here I would like to give you an example. Suppose there is a football match which is to be viewed from a window, and there are 3 people of different height. One may be very short-heighted, another may be medium, and the third one would be a tall person. For seeing the match from a window, the tall person may not need any help, but the short person may need some help of footrest or something. So it's not that I must give footrest to everybody. I must be giving that facilitation to the one who is needing it. So that is how the principle of equity works, not the principle of equality.
Right.
This is how we take care of people. So right from recruitment till superannuation, we are taking care of people by imbibing skills on them, placing right person at the right place. Then we prepare them for the future assignments by giving them new skills, new trainings, and then we have to have a kind of culture where they are feeling interested and motivated to discharge their duties. We have to have a conducive culture. So that should be the main motto of an organization. And some of the initiatives taken by PSUs in general and by my organization, like the industry average of women employment in public sector undertaking is 10%, but in CWC it is 30%.
Wow.
And females are heading our warehouses which are located in far-flung areas, because warehouse is a big facility. It cannot be in the middle of the city. So those ladies, when the cargo comes in trucks, they are dealing with truck drivers, they are dealing with other CHAs or customers, even at night time. So we have to take care of them by arranging transportation or having due security in the warehouse. And one important thing which we have done, that we have given them childcare leave for a period of 740 days with pay. That we have given.
Days.
Yeah, with pay. And CWC is one of the few organizations which is giving this.
Wow, amazing.
Yeah, and in my organization, our average age is only 38 years. So these are young ladies. We have to have them the facilitation so that they are able to perform. Second initiative which CWC has taken is on pan-India basis we have ensured that we have to have a gender-friendly toilet. A lady may be posted in the warehouse or may not be, but there may be a lady customer. So we have to have a gender-friendly toilet in each and every location. Third important thing, we are promoting inclusive culture. So it's not just the employees for whom we have to be responsible. but we have to take care of all these stakeholders. The indirect employees, the contract labor, the customers, the CHAs who are dealing with us. So we organize health camps and talks and other things for our employees, but we do this for those people also. Recently, we have taken an initiative like the official language of our country, the Hindi. It's being ignored. But what we have done, we have initiated digital library. It's called Gyan Ganga. So we are putting all the books of the authors on that, all the circulars, manuals in Hindi language also. Now we have decided to put it on our website, and we will be including the family members also into it. So, and second thing, if I talk about the connect with the employee, we have an open door policy. Anyone can enter into our room. They can talk to us even through email, through WhatsApp, they can do it. We do field visits, we talk to the people, and we take the feedback of our policies. And I'm very happy to share with you, we were talking about the exercises and sports. So this marathon every year is being organized in Delhi in the month of October. So this year it is on 12th of October. It is fully sponsored by my organization for every employee. Everyone can take part. And we give the dress, cap, everything we will give, and we give them reward also. There are different categories, 6 kilometer, 10 kilometers. So 10 kilometer and above, whoever is running would be given shoes from the company or recognition from the company. So these things we keep on doing. And Government of India also gives, now these days, Swachhta Pakhwada, Hindi Pakhwada, then Sashakt Nari, Sashakt Parivar Abhiyan. It's up to 2nd of October. So there's a program in Scope on Monday. We are also there to have a talk.
Scope Complex.
Scope
Lodi
Complex,
Road.
yeah.
Okay.
So I'm one of the panelists over there. So
Wow.
these initiatives are part and parcel, as Madam Negi said, that employee well-being is not to be talked about. It is a fabric of our organization. We have to take care of them. Earlier it was said there are 4 M's, men, money, machine and material. But now only manpower is enough. We can create the other 3.
Right.
Men is the most important. So these things, when we consider it is an integral part and we have these kind of people-centric policies, the success is going to be achieved. Thank you.
Ma'am, thank you so much. Actually, what struck me was I have a friend who is differently abled, and she said that I have actually traveled across the globe and I face this difficulty that I don't find disabled-friendly washrooms. So I'm amazed the way at which you've customized, your practices for differently abled and challenged people, gender-friendly toilets, and those, balcony for different heighted people.
Yeah.
So that actually talks that you're not only talking about these practices in policies, but you're actually weaving them in your fabric.
One more point can I add?
Please, ma'am.
We have a system called Government E-Marketplace. That's an initiative by Government of India where small people, MSME industry, medium, macro, small and medium enterprises, they will be placing their things there, and all the public sector undertakings have to have 25% of the total purchase from Government E-Marketplace. And within that 25%, 4% is reserved for the SC/ST category people and 3% for females. So females entrepreneurs are also coming forward and we are purchasing things from them. So this way, and through self-help groups, when we do corporate social responsibility activities for health and nutrition in remote areas, so we come across those ladies who are just strengthening themselves and we are facilitating them. I will quote just one example. I visited Dungarpur. It's near Udaipur, 2 hours journey from Udaipur. There I went for inauguration of an archery club which was set up with our contribution under CSR by the district collector of Dungarpur. So there we had a talk with the doctors of primary health center, and you know what they told me, that an expecting mother has to travel 60 kilometers to get her sonography done. And that's the reason that 40% children are malnourished in that area. So listening to their these concerns, our company has given X-ray machines and then some machines for testing the basic parameters, BP, sugar and other for the expecting mothers. So this is how the women and the other groups are to be required to be helped in addition to what we are doing for our employees' well-being.
Thank you so much for sharing. Actually, this 740 days still is there in my mind and it will keep echoing. So guys, with this insightful, discussion, we are ending the first session here. So you may have a huge round of applause for them.
Just to add one thing, quite impressed with 765 days you said. I mean, I was feeling very proud in Siemens. We do 1 year of childcare leave, and because by the government of India it's 6 months maternity act, and Siemens we do beyond 6 months, 1 month with the 7 months maternity thing, and 5 months childcare leave. So I was feeling that okay, one of the best. But today I was sitting in front of you and now.
This can be taken in spells also.
Yeah.
When your child becomes 18 years of age,
Okay.
pieces, and we give paternity leave also for 15 days.
Yeah, that also we have the paternity leave, but maternity leave we are quite impressed to hear that.
All right. So let us move to the second round, that is about role of leadership in creating such cultures. So my first question would be again, ma'am, to you, Ms. Ram Rakhiani. As an HR leader, what various mechanisms do you follow to listen to your employees' voices across various levels? How have this listening shaped a meaningful change in your workplace?
Actually, ma'am, I think listening is the most important thing we can do. Even if
Which
we are
is
not,
the most missing thing.
So even if we are not able to address someone's grievance, if you are listening to him or her, he is 50% satisfied. So that is how it is.
At least they can vent out.
Went out, yeah. So as our colleagues mentioned about speak out and your some speak up desk and all, so we have formalized system called POSH committee. We have that, and under that, like always chairman is the female and 2 other females and 1 member may be a male. So these committees are taking care of things like this sexual harassment and all. And we have a whistleblower policy also.
Okay.
Yeah. So if an employee is noticing that something is not going as per the prescribed rules and regulations, so he or she can approach the Chief Vigilance Commissioner. We have a permanent post of CVO, Chief Vigilance Officer. So the person can be approached and his identity is kept absolutely confidential, but the thing would be redressed. And coming to other point of listening to employees, as I said, it is an open door policy through WhatsApp, email, they can approach. And we have nodal officer concept. For everything, we will have a nodal officer. For example, a person when he gets superannuated, we are giving him medical benefit for him and the spouse till life. So we have a nodal officer. We have 6,000 retired people. So we have a nodal officer for every small thing. The nodal officer can be approached, and we have created a corner for them. They can write their things, and now we are transforming into online system for filing their claims, medical claims they can give through digital mode. So this is how it is, and I'll quote one example here. I visited Udaipur. My warehouse is there. So we had 2 systems of medical reimbursement. For officers, it was limitless. Any amount they can take, but for below officer level, it was a fixed amount of 2,000 rupees. So the person was talking to me, he said, my wife is not keeping well and I am spending 7,000 a month on her treatment, and I have other members also. So immediately it clicked in my mind that they have got limited this thing, and then we improved our medical reimbursement. So we made it uniform. For everybody, it would be 1 month basic and DA, and for special disease, separate provision, for vaccination of children, separate provision, for purchase of medical equipment, separate provision. So now people are happy. So this is when we visit in our fields, this actual feedback comes, how people are feeling. For bonus, officers' bonus was quite high, staff was less. Then again, uniformity was made applicable.
Right.
So this is how we make our policies dynamic, by listening to them and giving them an opportunity to talk. We hold a session once in every month on third week Thursday. Our MD holds it. Everybody connects on virtual mode and he and she can tell the grievance to the managing director and it would be redressed. Then we have a formal grievance redressal policy. In addition to it, we have CP Gram, which is by government. So there also people can put their grievances and it would be addressed. The maximum time limit is 30 days. It would be auto-escalated to the next level. So this is how we take care of the employees, and team building is most important. We have implemented a system where we are nominating people to abroad training because we are in logistics sector. So we have port in Belgium. You must have heard about port in Belgium. It is called Antwerp port. That is the second largest port in the world. So we are nominating people to those places and they will take leave, they'll visit European countries, they'll see their culture. Just day before yesterday, a batch has come back from after 15 days training. So this is how we are promoting employee engagement, they are connect with the organization, and it becomes a win-win situation when they become productive, they produce, they give good quality, the benefit reaps in, and this is again distributed to them in terms of bonus, rewards and all. So
Right,
that's how
right,
it is.
right, ma'am. So you're not only listening, but you're responding appropriately, and that's exemplary. So swiftly, I would like to move to Mr. Lakra, wherein I want to ask him, what is the role of leadership in creating such culture in your perspective?
Yeah. In Pigeon, of course, leadership is always be playing a very pivotal role to develop their subordinates. And without leadership, strong leadership, I don't think so any of the policies or any of the things can be taken up further. So I just want to give one example. When I joined Pigeon, so previously I was working with Minda, that is an Indian company, and then later I joined Pigeon. So the day I joined and I went to my office. So my office timing was 9 to 5:30. However, I entered into the gate at 8:59. I punched it, and when I face to face, my boss was a Japanese, so that was 9:02. So when I met him, so the first word he said, "You are late today, and this is the first warning to you, and I don't want to listen further. I like any excuses or something." So the day I thought, क्या गलत company choose कर ली मैंने. So the first thing comes into my mind because I came from the culture where, okay, if you reach at 9:15 or 9:30, your excuses are okay. But when you come into the Japanese and then you will 2 minutes. However, I was not late. I reached at 8:59. But, still he was saying like that. But that time I was thinking whether I should fight or flight. Obviously, the people always think in that situation. So I thought, okay, let's give a fight. And with that fight, it's been 11 years. I'm working in the same organization with I think my 7, 8 bosses has been changed. Because in Japan, after 3 or 5 years, the person keep on changing like that. So now, over in our Pigeon, so we basically focus more on about communication. So the communication is not in one way, it's a two-way. And we focus on diadic session, like every HOD, they have to sit with their subordinates half-yearly basis, and they'll discuss whatever the formal and informal. So it is not only a thing like that they have to speak up, only official thing. So they'll discuss their personal also. So the touch always be there. So this is the thing and appreciation. So I'll give one example also over here. So we are doing Kaizen activity in our company. So in Kaizen activity, generally we before 3 years, we were doing, okay, somebody done the good Kaizen, so we provided some gifts and, some mementos and like that. But there was certain change in our policy. So we created 3 gold, silver, and bronze in Kaizen. So those who will got gold medal in Kaizen activity. Kaizen, anybody knows Kaizen? That's great. Okay, one person only. But the Kaizen is a continuous improvement in your work. So whatever you are doing, you are focusing on how to improve it more better way, right? So we focus on 3 areas. The first one is the safety. The second one is process improvement. And the third one is the cost. So we are doing that. And by this, the gold medal, yes, the gold medal person, before that we never ever thought of that could have happened. So the gold medal person will fly to Japan. And the silver medal will go to domestic with their family. And the bronze medal person, they'll go with their family to some restaurant. Yeah. So this one, when we implemented it, it was such a good, response from employees. Because, until unless you won't motivated by anything, and this is the responsibility of the leader, of all HODs, every department, they are focusing and they are telling to their employees. And one more thing we did, that HOD should not participate into it. Otherwise, HOD will always say, oh, no, I'll go. So, since 2 years, the first year, the different department, the production department goes, and the last year, the customer care person goes. So it is doing such a wonderful job, and every month, we are getting such a wonderful Kaizens from the members. As we give least, priority to the cost, we first give a priority to the safety of the employees, and the second one is the process improvement of our, the work which we are doing. So in a way, leadership always play a pivotal role in whatever you are doing into the company or anywhere. And leaders can't be made in a 1 day or 2 days, so it's a everyday learning. Thank you.
So, sir mentioned about his journey. We are very happy that he's no more in fight or flight mode now. He talked about himself, but he talked volume about his leadership. And thank you so much, sir, for sharing that. I'll quickly move to Mr. Sabharwal. Sir, please tell us how talking about or defending well-being of people in boardroom looks like.
See, that's a very tricky question if you go across as an HR to the business people. All of us has faced the same battle when we go to the boardrooms. See, we always work as a, army for the workforce of organization. We are at the very front foot, so that every individual should be apprised and, take forward for the next decision. And there should not be discrimination across the organization at every level. So I always go, when we move into that, and specifically when we, as a part of talent acquisition, when we have a specific meetings across the boards quarterly, right? As I being a part of their analyzation, right? So we generally, I'll give you the live example, but there are 3 specific parameters we always go with. One is data-driven decisions, and then second is strategic thinking, and strategic approach, I would say. And then third would be, workforce, I would say, advocacy, probably. So we generally take this as a strategic thinking first, not when we go across to the board that this is what we have done in last quarter, this is what business always generally comes up with the mindset, how we have spent, what profits we are going across with, and any other XYZ factors we have. But our main core focus was behind these points was, to cater on that our people well-being should be presented on the top priority. So when we started with the data-driven decisions, that this is what we have achieved, etc., etc., and then the strategic approach, we always look forward. We always look forward that our employee well-being should be a part of business static approach for the next quarter, or for the next 6 months, or for the next 1 year, whatever it could be. We always fight with the people. Sometimes we get some people on board. They're those who are hardcore salespersons. Those who looks at the numbers, looks at the revenue, etc., etc. And that is the reason, the advisors has created the committees, etc., so that we should fight a battle with them. So we generally, we always sit together and we always give them the statistic approach, wherein we always show them the correlation between the employee well-being, client feedback, what revenues we have achieved. And based on that, once the people and senior leadership, when they see that, and their mind numbers goes a little slow down, and they always see that how we have progressed from the past couple of months now. That's a live example I'm telling you about, wherein we have seen. So I'll give you a situation out here. So there was one of the senior authoritative, and we were facing a challenge around it. And that was challenge because when we used to fill his team, and within 6 months team leaves down, or they try to move down to the other part of the projects. So then, we just analyze that what is happening around, because every 6 months we have to rebuild his team. So we have seen and we have spoken to every individual that what happened, etc., etc. So we got to know that we were a little pushy, and the communication across the team people was not so fruitful. And sometimes Gen Z people comes into the organization. They said we visit the very weird or stunned person. They come across with the numbers. They don't talk about. I don't climb, and these are the words about the Gen Z. I can't climb the ladders in a one go. So okay. So we took it as a feedback, and what we have done is in being a well-being part. So individually, I sat with my committee. Even there was some other experienced professionals were there. So what we have done, we have created some of the assessments for every individual leader, wherein we wanted that particular senior leadership person should be there.
Right.
So we have created a demo of that. We said that this is a pilot one. And then we got our answers for that leader. Because you can't go back and push the leader, because once the person is getting numbers for the organization, that's very challenging.
Right.
So, wherein we got our answers, and then what we have pushed to the management, that we want to conduct a training for these kind of, wherein that person was falling in the business division. And this is very mandatory. They said what fruitful it is. So why it is fruitful, why we want to spend so much of time and money for these people. They have their own revenues, because consulting is all about money and clients.
Correct.
I said that, without wasting your time, we will try to do this on weekends. We'll spend, 3 or 4 odd weekends for these individuals. So again, we wanted that person to be in. So we have done our dummy training, and we got the feedbacks. And then similarly, simultaneously, slowly and gradually, that person come up with their, the feedbacks. This is what I face. This is how I behave. And then we started in-person training for that. Then we pushed all the people back, and we focused on that individual leader, and we are staying back with them. This is what I wanted to say about, because why I gave you a live example, because when we are having our own people in the organization, and taking care of them is a very important part. It's a very important part, because any which way, consulting or any other organization, being an HR, it's all about dealing with people. Right? You don't know what kind of perspective the other person is coming across with. Might be a negative, might be a positive, might be a neutral. But you have to identify the situation at the very right time, and you have to address, and you have to find out the solutions for that. This is how, I'm not sure about the other organizations. They have a very perfect plans, because we are still a growing organizations, right? But yes, we are working on it, and we are working very well on it. We have we have designed the program. We are still working on improvements. Innovations is one of our core, organization perspective, wherein we are working on that. And based on that, we have launched one of the survey as well, wherein people should not face any challenges across it while raising their voices. So what we have done for their individual managers, their managing director, their senior leadership, we have launched internal portal called Your Say.
Yourself.
Your Say.
Okay.
So because I'm being a manager to one of my team can review me and rate me. That feedback will never come to me.
Okay.
That feedback will come to the specific committee. And then they will address anonymously. We got your feedback. We do the scalings. We have some certain parameters checks over
It's a
there.
kind of reverse feedback.
Correct. So this is what, and then we start training them and we give them the feedbacks also. We push them, but nobody knows it who has raised the bar. But manager knows it that this is from the team. But yes, that's a clear clauses between them that we are going to train you on these perspectives. You have to work on this.
Right.
This is your first item.
Amazing. In fact, sir, very powerful point that you have raised here is that when you want to talk about well-being and all these abstract concepts in boardroom, it's very difficult to defend. But when you actually throw data, that look, because of not taking care of these people, the data is going down, the revenue is going down, then probably it will come in their agenda. So it was very powerful, and this is what we teach in HR analytics, how to use visualizations to create meaningful impact on decision making. So thank you so much, sir, for that. Because of the paucity of time, we are merging the second round and third round now. We are swiftly moving to the third round. I'm sorry if I won't be able to ask you more questions, but let me move to Ms. Ved. And my question to you is, now we're talking about the strategic impact of such culture. So how do you perceive the impact of human-centric culture on productivity and performance? And any example of any bold steps you would like to take in your industry, in your company, to make it even better?
Okay. Look, human-centric culture, what are the strategic steps we have taken? Now, over here, I'll take a step and go to the global part, not to the India context. We have one purpose. Siemens Energy have one purpose. We are here to energize society. That is the only purpose. All our mission and vision are there to deliver this purpose.
Right.
Taking a step back, what are the priorities area, strategic priorities, which are going to deliver this mission, vision, and purpose? So 4 strategic priorities. One is customer. Second is profitable growth. Third is empowered people. Fourth is zero harm culture. Out of 4, 2 are human-centric. Empowered people, zero harm culture. So, I'm just trying to give you a context at how the things are built up in a way it's going to deliver with the business, it's going to get a mix with the business strategic priorities. So this is the way when we say these are the 4 pillars, and out of 4 strategic priorities, 2 are your human priorities. How to implement? Now I'm taking a step again back that Siemens says I have to Siemens Energy says these are my priorities. I want to converge these priorities because my purpose is I'm here to energize society. Okay. What are the challenges? Because leadership, they says this thing. Now come to the implementation part. Okay, not easy. It's not palatable. It's not a cakewalk that we say, okay, let's implement it right from day one. What are the things which we get stitched to get it implemented? That is a challenge. Zero harm culture, empowered people. So what all we say that empowered people, and we have moved away so much from the fixed kind of things to the open, to a growth mindset. For example, we don't have, as you give me an example of the Japanese culture, the German culture. So we have a different concept where we say we don't have a fixed dialogue or fixed performance matrix system. It's a growth talks, it's a feed forward, and then you have to implement, the manager has to implement, it's employee responsibility. Employee is the entrepreneur of your own career. It is not that you have it half yearly or yearly, do it throughout the year.
Right.
Challenge is in the implementation part. It's very good to design the process sitting in the boardroom, but then how you implement down the line? Because when you say growth talk, it's a beautiful process because you don't have a set system, you say yearly or half yearly, you don't have a curve, bell curve, no performance ratings, it's open. But how to get the right thing implemented, that's a challenge. And that's where we are training our managers. It's not easy. It's not easy. They are the fixed mindsets, performance ratings. It's not easy. Having said so, our priority is empowered people. Until unless you empower the people, how you're going to have this thing? Now, if my manager is not ready, that doesn't mean we'll take the empowerment away. So challenge is how it is getting narrated at the ground level.
Right.
And you asked me on the challenge and culture. For us, the culture is what 90% of your people do at 90% of time. That is the culture of the organization. If my manager is the coach to the employee, because it's not now you say that manager is like manager is a leader. Investing in your manager so that they coach their people right. That is important. And what the challenge is, because whatever we do, it has to be sustainable, it has to be impactful, it has to be cost efficient. And Dr. Darshana, like doing it in the right way definitely gives an impactful result. Question over here, when again we talk on the challenges, is it that we give everything or we give limited things, limited drop downs? Because we want to build up a culture, so what are the things? So important is not to open up the basket, but whatever you do in a limited way, it should be impactful. Because at the end of the day, it's an investment on employee. And that's the ROI.
Very right.
It is not to be shown in any profit lines, but that is a ROI because you are investing in your employee. And for us, where Siemens go beyond Siemens in the way that investing on an employee doesn't mean that I want that it's for the Siemens benefit, but his or her employability should be maintained.
Right.
And that is where we go a step beyond that how to invest in my employee, and that's the ROI for us. Challenges are always here. It could be a hard noise where people are giving the adverse feedback. It could be a soft thing which can be seen in your culture.
Correct.
But yes, there are different sounding boards. As others said, we have speak up culture, ask us, tell us, many sounding boards, posh, compliance, there are many sounding boards on this. Efforts and challenges, whatever we do, is it a sustainable? And that is where we try to work on. And other challenges, scalable. Talking of the workforce with Siemens Energy, if I take alone, it's like 1.5 lakh employees across geography. If I talk of the India, we have close to 10,000 employees in India with Siemens Energy companies in India. So whatever we do, we want to be a scalable thing. So these are certain challenges which we face in implementing the right culture.
Thank you so much. In fact, a beautiful definition of culture, what your 90% of people do 90% of time. Beautiful. Thank you so much. With this, I will quickly move to Ms. Negi, and this is our last question for this third round. We had to cut it short. So, Ms. Negi, my question to you is, being in the hygiene industry, would you like to share some of the leadership lessons that your organization learned from the pandemic? We are talking about COVID because that was where the scare was high when it came to hygiene, and how that continued to shape your well-being and culture practices today, even today.
Sure. So of course, pandemic has unfortunately taught a lot of things to a lot of us, to everyone, of course. I think the things that we could never imagine before, that things that we could have never thought that it could also be this way. So everyone had to go through a big shift in the mindset, and same was the case for us also. If I talk about biggest leadership lesson, I think, the biggest lesson would be that your business continuity is 100% dependent on people continuity. Your ability as a company to deliver to your customers depends on how happy, productive, empowered, satisfied your people are. And if you can ensure that the people who are working in the company are feeling like a part of the system, are feeling included, are feeling heard. I think we've been talking about listening, which is so important. Are we able to listen to the people and cater to their individual needs? If we can do that, there is no stopping. I think as an organization, we can only ensure the success of the business if we ensure the happiness of the people. I think that's something that we really learned. And another thing I would say, because we come from an industry which is, again, like I earlier said, is predominantly dependent on physical presence, whether it's shop floor, it's machine workers, it's sales employee, it's the distribution employee, it's logistics team. They have to be physically present. And we could never imagine that there could be a way for remote working. For example, I could just think of an example in R&D, highly specialist role, and this role particularly, which I'm going to talk about, works on the machine in the lab. So we could never imagine that, we could accommodate a work from home situation for this person, but apparently this young lady is expecting, so all right, we thought, for 6 months leave, we will make some arrangements, no problem. But then in the very early on in her pregnancy, she came and she said, I'm facing some issue, there is a medical problem, I cannot travel, I cannot come to office, I need support. So we said, all right, what to do? So the R&D head, we sat together, how to manage this situation, we have to support her. So there is no second thought on that. How do we do that is something for us to work it out. So we looked at the team, how to rearrange the team, how to get other people to, do the jobs that have to be done in the lab, how to give her work that could be done from home, because she said, I can work, but I can't come to office. And that was pretty clear. We had to support her. So it had to be figured out, but it was possible. So this was a learning that it's not impossible. As long as you have a genuine willingness as a company to support employees, you can figure things out. You can go out of the way, make arrangements. So I think these kind of lessons have really been there. The thought process has changed. It's more accommodating. It's more inclusive in many ways. So I think that's something that we've really learned.
And where there's a will, there's a way.
Absolutely.
We believe there.
Absolutely.
Right? So I want to speak more, but time ticking is actually torturing me like anything, and I have to end up. Formally, I would like to thank once again to each one of you. I've reiterated for my students the practices that you shared within the discussion. So thank you so much, and I would hand over the proceeding to the MCs now. Yes.
Thank you all for being a part of today's conference. The discussions and insights we shared remind us that workforce well-being is not just a responsibility, but the foundation of truly human-centric cultures. A heartfelt thanks to our distinguished speakers and our respected moderator for sharing their invaluable perspectives and inspiring ideas. As we leave, let's carry forward the commitment to create workplaces where people feel valued, supported, and inspired to thrive.
May I now invite Dr. Sheila Bhargav to present a memento to our esteemed panelist, Mr. Narendra Lakra, as a token of our gratitude. I would now like to invite Dr. Kuar Milind Singh to present a memento to our panelist, Ms. Sangeeta Ved, as a gesture of our thankfulness. I would now like to invite Professor Rekha Gupta to the stage to present a memento to our distinguished panelist, Ms. Preeti Negi, as a gesture of our gratitude. May I now request Dr. Darshana Banker to present a memento to our esteemed panelist, Mr. Lakshay Sabharwal, as a token of our gratitude. May I now invite Dr. Seep Sethi to present a memento to our esteemed panelist, Mrs. Sangeeta Ramrakhiani, as a gesture of a profound thankfulness.
To extend our gratitude formally, I now invite Dr. Sheila Bhargav to deliver the vote of thanks for this session.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know the energy is low, but can you be a bit louder? Good. Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of the organizing committee of the National HR Conference, it is my privilege to deliver the vote of thanks for panel discussion 2, titled Workforce Wellbeing and Human-Centric Cultures. First and foremost, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed panelists. Mr. Narendra Lakra, who highlighted about his company policies, and so especially regarding the physical exercise activity, that was a truly unique initiative. So, and many other things done by his company. Mrs. Sangeeta Ved, she talked about HR initiatives, specifically initiatives related to mental wellness and culture of speak up. Ms. Preeti Negi, she talked about how well-being has become an inclusive initiative and how it has become the fabric of the organization. Mr. Lakshay Sabharwal, he also talked about the employee-centric initiative, and specifically the unique Your Safe feedback systems was something which we really found very unique. And then Ms. Sangeeta Ramrakhiani talked about so many initiatives which public sector organizations are taking up. Some of them we were really not aware about, and some policy which caught our eye were the policy of equity, under which you said that CWC in women are heading 30% of the warehouses, as well as the 740 days childcare leave were some unique well-being initiatives taken up by your organization. So we are really thankful to all of you for such a wonderful discussion and giving us such deep insights about so many things which are done by industry. And I think students, when we talk about well-being and other HR issues, I think now your understanding will deepen after listening to such eminent speakers here. So the perspective that you all have given us has given us a lot of insight, and it has created environments which have made us realize that if performance and people go together, and then HR can serve as a strategic partner in driving a change which can lead to workplace excellence. Your real-world experiences and innovative practices will undoubtedly encourage all of us to rethink our approaches to leadership, inclusion, and employee well-being. We are confident that these insights will guide many of us in shaping workplaces that are resilient, purpose-driven, and people-focused. A special thanks to the moderator of the session, Dr. Darshana Banker, for skillfully guiding the discussion and drawing out valuable insights from the panel. We would like to express our sincere gratitude to our Chairman, Board of Governors, Shri Anil Shastriji, for his constant guidance, encouragement, and vision that have made this conference possible. A heartfelt thanks to our director, Professor Praveen Gupta, for his leadership, unwavering support, and keen involvement in shaping and steering this event to success. We also deeply appreciate and sincerely are thankful to the contribution of the administrative staff members for their tireless efforts in ensuring the seamless execution of the conference. A special word of thanks to the management grid, which is our student elected body, and all the student members of the organizing committee for their dedication, enthusiasm, and hard work behind the scenes. Our sincere appreciation also goes to the conference organizing committee for their meticulous planning and coordination that brought this event together. Finally, we thank the audience, faculty colleagues, industry delegates, and students for their enthusiastic participation and engagement, which have enriched the discussions today. With this, we conclude panel discussion 2 and the HR Conference 2025, carrying forward the valuable insights shared to build workplaces that prioritize well-being and human connection. We look forward to continued engagement with all of you and to many more opportunities to learn and collaborate together. Thank you all once again.
Thank you, ma'am. As we conclude the panel discussion, I'd like to extend our heartfelt thanks to our guests for such an insightful and engaging session. I now request everyone for a group photograph. The students are requested to remain seated till the dignitaries leave the auditorium.